The Cross Contract. A dark billionaire marriage contract romance. Prologue: The Repossession. Brooklyn Heights. The gallery smelled like ending. Elena Morgan stood in the center of her father's life's work. 40 years of curated beauty reduced to inventory tags and legal stamps, and tried to remember how to breathe. Morning light slanted through the tall windows, illuminating dust motes that danced over empty walls. Rectangular ghosts marked where paintings had hung yesterday. Rothko. The small Basquiat her father had discovered at an estate sale in '98. The hopper that had made 12-year-old Elena believe in the poetry of lonely diners and late-night windows. All gone now. Liquidated. Miss Morgan. The bailiff's voice was professionally neutral, the tone of a man who'd overseen 1,000 small deaths. We need you to sign the final release. Her hand shook as she took the clipboard. The tremor annoyed her. She'd promised herself she wouldn't break, not here, not in front of strangers picking through her childhood like vultures at a carcass. But the pen felt impossibly heavy. Behind her, her father made a sound. Not quite a sob. Something worse. The wheeze of a man who'd stopped fighting. She didn't turn around. If she looked at Thomas Morgan, at the gray pallor of his skin, the way his expensive suit hung loose on a frame that had shed 30 pounds in 3 months, the shake in his hands that wasn't entirely from age, she'd lose what little composure she had left. Better to focus on the paperwork. The clean lines of legal language that transformed art into assets, legacy into loss. Whereas the debtor has failed to satisfy obligations totaling $2.3 million. The number was obscene. Impossible. Her father had been a careful man once, methodical in his acquisitions, conservative in his spending. The gallery had been profitable, modest but steady, a Brooklyn Heights institution that attracted collectors who valued curation over hype. Then her mother left. Then the poker game started. Then the loans from men who didn't use banks. Elena signed. The bailiff nodded, added the form to his stack, and returned to cataloging the remaining furniture. A stickly desk her father had inherited from his own father. Mission-style chairs that had seated artists and patrons through decades of opening nights. The small Tiffany lamp that had illuminated Elena's homework at the gallery's back desk every afternoon of her high school years. All of it tagged. All of it priced. All of it gone. Lena. Her father's voice cracked on the nickname. I'm sorry. God, I'm so. Don't. The word came out sharper than she'd intended. She softened it with effort. Not here, Dad. He subsided into silence, and she hated herself for the relief. The bailiff's assistant, a young woman who kept her eyes down, probably newer to this particular cruelty, approached with a last box of personal items. Photographs, her father's appointment books, a clay handprint Elena had made in kindergarten, preserved under glass like something precious. It had been precious once. That's everything, Miss Morgan. You have until 5 p.m. to vacate the premises. The bailiff checked his watch. I'm sorry for your loss. The phrase was rote, meaningless, the same words he'd probably use at a funeral. Elena supposed that's what this was. A burial without a body. She took the box. It weighed nothing. Her father moved toward the door, shoulders hunched, and Elena followed. They stepped onto the sidewalk, cobblestone and historic, the kind of street that appeared in Brooklyn tourism campaigns, and she felt the November cold knife through her coat. The gallery's gold-lettered sign still hung above them. Morgan Fine Arts is 1984. By tomorrow it would bear someone else's name or no name at all. I'll fix this. Her father's voice was desperate, thin. I'll find a way. There are people I can call, maybe the Steinbergs would loan. Dad. Elena set the box down on the brownstone steps. The Steinbergs stopped returning your calls 6 months ago. He flinched. She should comfort him. Put an arm around his shoulders, tell him it would be okay. Play the role of dutiful daughter she'd perfected over years of covering for his absences. His mistakes, his slow-motion disintegration. But she was tired. Bone-tired. Soul-tired. Tired of being 26 and responsible for a man who should have been responsible for her. We'll figure something out, she said finally, Because she couldn't be cruel enough to offer nothing. Let's just get home. The word was generous. The brownstone 3 blocks away was mortgaged to hell, the second lien held by the same people who'd held her father's gambling debts. She had maybe a month before they came for that too. Her phone buzzed. Unknown number. She almost declined. Creditors had been calling for weeks, but something made her answer. Miss Elena Morgan. A woman's voice, crisp and professional. Speaking. My name is Caroline Webb. I'm an attorney with Hartwell and Associates. I represent a client who wishes to discuss a financial matter concerning your family. Are you available to meet this afternoon? Elena's stomach dropped. Another creditor. Another lawsuit. Another. It's not what you think, the woman continued, as if reading her mind. My client is prepared to make an offer that would resolve all outstanding debts associated with Thomas Morgan and Morgan Fine Arts. Completely. Immediately. The street seemed to tilt. Elena gripped the wrought iron railing. I don't understand. I'd prefer to explain in person. Can you come to our offices at 2 p.m.? Midtown, near Grand Central. Who's your client? Was. He prefers to introduce himself after you've reviewed the preliminary terms. I can promise you, Miss Morgan, this is a legitimate offer. A generous one. Nothing was generous. Not in Elena's experience. Generosity was a fairy tale people told themselves to sleep better at night. What does he want in exchange? Another pause longer. That's part of the discussion. Will you come? Elena looked at her father. He was staring at nothing, lost in whatever private hell consumed men who'd gambled away their legacies. She thought about the brownstone, the final notices stacked on the kitchen counter, the way she'd started sleeping with her bedroom door locked because her father's creditors had started making house calls. I'll be there, she said. The attorney gave her an address and ended the call. Who was that? Her father asked. I don't know yet. The offices of Hartwell and Associates occupied the 43rd floor of a glass tower that reflected Manhattan's skyline back at itself. Elena had dressed carefully. Her only good suit, navy and tailored, bought for gallery openings back when those mattered, and still felt underprepared. The reception area was all marble and understated wealth, the kind of place where money whispered instead of shouted. Caroline Webb met her personally. Mid-40s, immaculate in charcoal gray, the kind of woman who'd probably been born wearing pearls. Miss Morgan. Thank you for coming. She extended a hand. Her grip was firm, professional, and somehow pitying. Please follow me. They walked past glass-walled conference rooms where lawyers bent over documents like surgeons over patients. Caroline led her to a smaller room at the end of the hall, windowless, private, and gestured to a leather chair. A folder waited on the table. Official. Before we begin, Caroline said, sitting across from her, I need to confirm, you're aware of the full extent of your father's financial obligations. I've seen the numbers. All of them. Elena hesitated. What do you mean? Caroline opened the folder, pulled out a document, slid it across the table. Elena scanned the page. Numbers swam. 6 figures became 7. Names she didn't recognize. Shell companies, offshore accounts, loan structures so complex they looked deliberately obscured. Jesus Christ, she whispered. Your father borrowed from multiple sources. Some legitimate. Some. Caroline's pause was delicate. So. The total obligation, including interest and penalties, is approximately $4.7 million. The room contracted. Elena couldn't breathe. There are men, Caroline continued quietly, who've made it clear they expect payment. They've been patient because they believe your father has assets he's hiding. He doesn't, of course. Which means they'll eventually look for alternative forms of compensation. You mean me? Caroline didn't deny it. Elena's hands were numb. So what's the offer? Some oligarch wants to buy a wife. Is that what this is? Not exactly. Caroline pulled out another document. My client is Damien Cross. The name detonated in Elena's chest. Everyone knew Damien Cross. You couldn't live in New York and not know him. The corporate raider who'd built an empire by dismantling other people's empires. The billionaire who collected companies the way some men collected cars. 34 years old and already legendary. Ruthless, brilliant, untouchable, and, according to the tabloids, emotionally glacial. Mr. Cross has a proposition, Caroline said. He'll assume all of your father's debts. Every dollar, every obligation, every threat. He'll settle them completely, immediately, and ensure your family's safety going forward. In exchange, he's requesting a 2-year marriage contract with you. The words didn't make sense. Elena heard them, but they arrived in the wrong order, like a sentence in a language she'd almost forgotten. A marriage contract, she repeated. Yes, legally binding. You'd live in his residence, appear publicly as his wife, fulfill certain social obligations. Separate bedrooms. No expectation of physical intimacy unless mutually agreed. After 2 years, the marriage dissolves by prearranged annulment. You'd receive a settlement of $1 million. Your father's debts remain cleared regardless. Elena laughed. It came out wrong, high and sharp, edging toward hysteria. This is insane. It's unconventional, Caroline agreed. But it's also real. Mr. Cross is prepared to wire the first payment today. Your father's primary creditors would be satisfied by Monday. Why? Elena's voice cracked. Why me? He could have anyone. Models, actresses, women who'd actually want. Mr. Cross values discretion and particular circumstances. You meet his requirements. I'm not a requirement. I'm a person. Of course. Caroline's expression didn't change. Which is why the choice is entirely yours. You have 48 hours to decide. If you agree, you'll present yourself at Cross Tower on Thursday at 6 p.m. Mr. Cross will provide the final contract for your signature. If you decline. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't have to. If Elena declined, her father's creditors would come calling. And they wouldn't be interested in payment plans. I need to think, Elena said. Naturally. Caroline slid a business card across the table. My number. Call anytime. But Miss Morgan. She paused, and for the first time, something almost human flickered across her face. Whatever you decide, decide quickly. The men your father owes aren't known for their patience. Elena walked. She didn't remember leaving the building, didn't remember crossing streets or dodging traffic. She walked until her feet ached and the sun began to set, painting Manhattan's glass towers in shades of amber and blood. She ended up in Brooklyn Heights, standing outside the gallery. The lights were off now. The sign already looked abandoned. Her phone rang. Her father. Lena, where are you? I've been worried. Did you know? The question came out flat. About the full amount. About who you borrowed from. Silence. Dad. Did you know? I thought I could win it back. His voice was small. I thought if I could just get ahead, just one good night. She ended the call. Text came through immediately. Not her father. Caroline Webb. Asterisk Mr. Cross has asked me to clarify. The contract includes a clause protecting your father from all future liability. He'd be free to rebuild his life. That only happens if you agree. Asterisk. Elena stared at the message. Read it again. Again. Her father had sold her. Maybe not explicitly, maybe not with full knowledge of what he was doing, but the result was the same. He'd gambled until the debt became a noose. And now she was the payment. She could refuse. Walk away. Let him face the consequences of his choices. But they were his creditors who'd killed that woman in Red Hook last month. His creditors who'd burned down the restaurant in Sunset Park when the owner couldn't pay. His creditors who didn't distinguish between the guilty and the collateral. If she refused, they'd come for her anyway. At least this way, she'd have leverage. Protection. A contract with terms instead of a cage with none. Elena pulled up the address Caroline had texted. Cross Tower. Midtown. 68 floors of obsidian glass and steel. A monument to the kind of wealth that could buy anything. Even a wife. She thought about calling someone. Her college roommate, now in California. Her aunt in Vermont, who'd stopped speaking to her father years ago. But what would she say? I'm marrying a billionaire to pay off Dad's debts. It sounded like the premise of a novel, not a life. But then her life had stopped feeling real months ago. The subway ride to Midtown took 30 minutes. She emerged at street level as the first snow began to fall, wet, heavy flakes that melted on contact. The city glittered around her, indifferent and beautiful. Cross Tower rose ahead, a blade of black glass cutting into the darkening sky. Elena walked toward it. Each step felt like descent, like falling, like the moment before a car crash when you know impact is inevitable but your foot hasn't found the brake. The lobby was cathedral vast, all marble and silence. A security guard looked up from his desk. Can I help you? I'm here to see Damien Cross. He checked his computer. Name? Elena Morgan. Something flickered across his face. Recognition, pity, she couldn't tell. He picked up a phone, spoke quietly, then hung up. 68th floor. Elevator on the right. She crossed the lobby. Her reflection ghosted across the marble. A young woman in a good suit, dark hair pulled back, eyes too wide. She looked terrified. She was terrified. The elevator doors opened. Me. Waiting. Elena stepped inside. Press 68. The doors closed with a whisper of hydraulics, and the car began to rise. Her stomach dropped. The numbers climbed, 20, 30, 40. She watched them tick past and thought about her father's face when she'd asked if he knew. The guilt. The shame. The pathetic hope that she'd fix what he'd broken. 50 floors. The contract was in her purse. Unsigned. Caroline had couriered it over an hour ago with a note. Asterisk, read carefully. No obligation until you sign. Asterisk. She'd read it. Every word. The terms were clear. Clinical. 2 years of her life in exchange for her father's freedom. Separate bedrooms. Public appearances. A performance of intimacy without the reality. And one line that had made her hands shake. The wife agrees to reside exclusively in the husband's primary residence and will not depart without prior notification. Not permission. Notification. She'd be a prisoner in a penthouse. A bird in a gilded cage. 68. The elevator slowed up. The doors began to open, revealing a private foyer. Dark wood, low lighting, a single door at the far end. Elena had 2 choices. Step forward into whatever waited beyond that door, or press the button for the lobby and let her father bleed. She thought of the gallery. The empty walls. The ghost rectangles where beauty had hung. She thought of her mother, who'd left because she couldn't watch Thomas Morgan destroy himself. She thought of the clay handprint in the box of personal items, preserved under glass like something precious. The elevator doors started to close. Elena stepped forward. The doors opened to the penthouse. She had 2 choices. Step inside or let her father bleed. Chapter 1. The Contract. Cross Tower Penthouse. The door opened before Elena could knock. A woman stood in the threshold. 50s, steel gray hair pulled into a severe bun, the kind of face that had forgotten how to smile decades ago. She wore black slacks and a crisp white shirt, an outfit that announced staff without the indignity of a uniform. Miss Morgan. Not a question. Mr. Cross is expecting you. Follow me. The penthouse unfolded like a threat wrapped in luxury. Floor-to-ceiling windows revealed Manhattan as a grid of light and shadow, the city reduced to geometry at this height. The interior was aggressively minimal. White walls, dark hardwood, furniture that looked sculptural rather than functional. Art hung in careful isolation. A Basquiat that made her father's lost piece look like a postcard. A Richter that probably cost more than the entire Morgan Gallery's lifetime revenue. A photograph by Mapplethorpe that was beautiful and confrontational in equal measure. Everything was perfect. Nothing was warm. Wait here. The woman gestured to a sitting area. Low-slung leather chairs flanking a glass coffee table, and disappeared down a hallway. Elena didn't sit. Her legs felt unreliable, but sitting felt like surrender. She moved to the windows instead, pressing one hand against the glass. Cold radiated through, a reminder that 68 floors up, you were still subject to physics. Gravity. The pull of Earth. Below, headlights traced the avenue in ribbons of red and white. People going home. People going out. People whose lives didn't hinge on a signature and a stranger's mercy. Enjoying the view. The voice came from behind her. Low, controlled, with an edge that suggested he didn't ask questions he didn't already know the answer to. Elena turned. Damien Cross stood in the hallway entrance. And the photographs didn't do him justice. Or perhaps they did him too much justice, because the reality was harder than the image. 6'2", maybe 6'3". Dark hair cut severe. A face that would have been handsome if it weren't so carefully blank. All sharp lines and controlled planes. He wore a white shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows, charcoal slacks, no tie. The casual uniform of men wealthy enough to ignore dress codes. But it was his eyes that stopped her breath. Gray. Not the soft gray of morning fog, but the gray of winter ocean, of steel, of things that could cut. He was looking at her the way art collectors looked at acquisitions. Assessing value. Checking for damage. Mr. Cross. Her voice came out steadier than she'd expected. Damien. He moved into the room with the economy of someone who never wasted motion. We're going to be married. You should use my name. The word married sounded obscene in his mouth. Clinical. I haven't signed anything yet, Elena said. No. He stopped 3 feet away. Close enough to be deliberate, far enough to avoid crowding. But you're here. That's answer enough. The presumption ignited something in her chest. You don't know anything about me. I know you're 26. I know you have a BFA from Pratt and worked at your father's gallery until it collapsed. I know you paint, oils mostly, figurative work with a tendency toward chiaroscuro. I know you've applied to 11 galleries in the past year and been rejected by all of them. He paused. I know your father owes $4.7 million to people who don't forgive debt. And I know you're standing in my penthouse at 7 p.m. on a Wednesday, which means you're desperate enough to consider my offer. Each fact landed like a slap. Elena's hands curled into fists. You had me investigated. I investigate everything I acquire. I'm not a company you're raiding. No. Something flickered in his eyes. Amusement, maybe, or its colder cousin. You're considerably more complicated. He moved past her to a bar cart, poured 2 glasses of whiskey without asking if she wanted one. Handed her one. The crystal was heavy, expensive. The whiskey probably cost more than her monthly rent. Sit, he said. Not a request. Elena remained standing. Took a sip. The whiskey burned, smoky and smooth, the kind of burn that cost $500 a bottle. Damien's mouth twitched. Almost a smile. Stubborn. Caroline mentioned that. Your lawyer talks about me like I'm a problem to solve. You are a problem. An interesting one. He gestured to the leather chairs. Please. This will take a while, and I'd prefer not to negotiate with someone who looks ready to bolt. Elena sat. Hated herself for it. Damien settled across from her, legs crossed, whiskey balanced on one knee. The posture was relaxed. His eyes weren't. The contract Caroline gave you is preliminary, he said. We'll go through the final terms now. You can negotiate within reason. But understand, I'm not interested in a partnership. I'm interested in a transaction. You give me 2 years. I give you your father's freedom. Why? The question burst out before she could stop it. You could have anyone. Why me? Why this? He took a sip of whiskey. Considered her over the rim of the glass. I have my reasons. That's not an answer. It's the only one you're getting tonight. Frustration spiked hot in her throat. You want me to sign my life over to you, and you won't even tell me why? I want you to sign a contract. Let's not be melodramatic. He set down his glass, pulled a folder from the side table. She hadn't noticed it before, and opened it. 2 years. You'll live here. Separate bedroom, fully furnished. You'll accompany me to public events twice monthly. Galas, benefits, dinners. We'll present as a married couple. Affectionate in public, civil in private. Civil, Elena repeated. The word tasted bitter. I'm not interested in fighting with you. I'm interested in a clean arrangement. He pulled out a document. You'll have access to a household account for personal expenses. Clothing, transportation, anything reasonable. You'll notify Mrs. Chen, the woman who let you in, of your schedule. If you leave the penthouse, I need to know where you're going. So I'm a prisoner. You're protected. There's a difference. Not from where I'm sitting. His eyes sharpened. Your father's creditors don't care about semantics. They care about payment. The moment you sign this contract, you're under my protection. That means they don't touch you. They don't touch your father. They don't come near your family. But it only works if I know where you are. Elena stared at the document. The words blurred. What about after? After 2 years? The marriage annuls. You receive $1 million. Your father's debts remain cleared. You're free to go wherever you want. And you get what? A wife for show. I get what I need. He leaned forward. I'm not going to lie to you, Elena. This isn't a love story. This is a business arrangement. You're not here because I'm lonely or because I believe in fairy tales. You're here because you meet specific criteria, and because I'm willing to pay for your cooperation. The honesty was brutal. She almost preferred it to false kindness. What criteria? That's not part of the negotiation. She wanted to throw the whiskey in his face. Wanted to walk out, consequences be damned. But the memory of her father's voice, I thought I could win it back, kept her rooted. I want something added, she said. Damien tilted his head. Go on. You don't touch me without explicit permission. Not in public, not in private. If we're playing affectionate couple, fine. But I decide when and how. His expression didn't change. Agreed. The ease of it unsettled her. She'd expected argument, pushback. Instead, he pulled a pen from his pocket, made a notation on the contract. Anything else? He asked. I want my own studio. Space to paint. There's a room on the east side. Good light. It's yours. I want access to my father. Regular calls, visits if I want them. Within reason. She stopped. Tried to think of what else she could demand. What other scraps of autonomy she could carve out of this transaction. But her mind was blank, exhausted. I want to read the full contract before I sign. Of course. He handed her the folder. Take your time. Elena opened it. The contract was 30 pages, dense with legal language. She forced herself to read slowly, carefully, looking for traps. The terms matched what he'd said. 2 years, separate bedrooms, public appearances, financial support. The compensation was spelled out in painful detail. $1 million upon completion, plus a monthly stipend of $10,000 for personal expenses. It was more money than she'd ever imagined having. Felt like blood money. On page 23, she found the clause that made her hands shake. The wife agrees to reside exclusively in the husband's primary residence, and will not depart said residence without providing advance notification to the husband or his designated representative. This makes me a prisoner, she said. It makes you safe. Damien's voice was flat. I'm not interested in chasing you across the city. And your father's creditors are very interested in leverage. If they can't find you, they can't use you. What about my life? My friends, You can see anyone you want, here or in public places. But I need to know where you are. That's non-negotiable. Elena read further. Found another clause. The husband agrees to maintain separate sleeping quarters and will not initiate physical contact of an intimate nature without the explicit verbal consent of the wife. He'd added her demand. In writing. Legally binding. She looked up. Damien was watching her with those winter ocean eyes, expression unreadable. Why are you doing this? She asked again. Really? For a long moment he didn't answer. Then he stood, walked to the windows. Stared out at the city with his back to her. 3 years ago, he said quietly, Someone I loved was killed. The people responsible were never caught. Never punished. I've spent the time since then building something they can't touch, can't threaten, can't destroy. He turned. This marriage is part of that structure. You don't need to understand it. You just need to decide if you can live with it. The admission felt like a door cracking open. Elena glimpsed something behind his control. Grief, maybe, or rage so old it had calcified into purpose. I'm sorry, she said. For your loss. His jaw tightened. I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm not offering it. I'm just... She stopped. Tried again. I'm trying to understand who I'm signing my life over to. You're signing a contract. Not your life. It's the same thing. No. He moved back to his chair. Saturday. A life is what you make when you have choices. This is what you do when you don't. The bleakness of it settled over her like snow. He was right. She had no choices. Not real ones. Just the illusion of agency wrapped around a gun to her head. Elena picked up the pen. It was heavy, fountain, the kind of pen that signed important documents. Her hand hovered over the signature line. If I do this, she said, if I sign, I need you to promise me something. What? Don't lie to me. I don't care if the truth is ugly. I don't care if it hurts. But don't lie. Something shifted in his face. Not quite softening but a recalibration. I promise. She didn't know if she believed him. But she also didn't have the luxury of doubt. Elena signed her name. The ink was black permanent. She dated it. Slid the contract across the table. Damien picked it up. Reviewed her signature. Added his own. A slash of letters, aggressive and certain. Then he pulled out his phone, took a photograph of the signed page, and sent it somewhere. It's done, he said. Caroline will file the paperwork tomorrow. We'll have a civil ceremony at City Hall on Friday. Purely procedural. Romantic, Elena said flatly. I told you. This isn't a love story. Her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Asterisk first payment confirmed. Your father's primary creditors will be contacted within the hour. Caroline Webb asterisk. It was real. She'd sold herself, and the transaction was complete. Damien stood. Mrs. Chen will show you to your room. Your things will be moved from Brooklyn tomorrow. If you need anything tonight, there's a phone by the bed. Extension 7. That's it. Elena's voice cracked. I'm supposed to just go to bed like this is normal. It's not normal. But it's done. He moved toward the hallway, then paused. Turned back. Elena. She looked up. I know this isn't what you wanted. But I'll keep my end of the contract. You'll be safe here. Your father will be safe. That's worth something. Is it? He didn't answer. Just walked away, disappearing into the penthouse's dark corridors. Mrs. Chen materialized from nowhere. This way, Miss Morgan. Elena followed, numb. They walked down a hallway lined with more art. Photographs, mostly black and white, studies of urban decay and architectural bones. At the end, Mrs. Chen opened a door. The bedroom was beautiful. Huge. A king bed with white linens, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city, a sitting area with a velvet sofa. The closet was already stocked with clothes in her size. Designer labels, still tagged. Mr. Cross had these selected, Mrs. Chen said. If they don't suit, we can arrange alternatives. Elena stared at the clothes. Someone had studied her measurements, her style, her life, and made decisions. She was a doll being dressed. The bathroom is through there. Mrs. Chen pointed. Fresh towels, toiletries. If you need anything, use the house phone. I'm extension 3. Thank you, Elena managed. Mrs. Chen nodded and left, closing the door with a soft click. Elena stood in the center of the room. Her room. Her cage. She moved to the windows, pressed her forehead against the glass. The city glittered, indifferent. Then she noticed it, another door. Set into the wall beside the closet, barely visible in the dim light. She crossed to it, tried the handle. Her heart kicked. She knew somehow what was on the other side, whose room adjoined hers. As if summoned by thought, she heard movement beyond the door. A step. The sound of a drawer closing. Then silence. Elena stepped back, stared at the door, at the barrier between them, flimsy really just wood and a lock. She could hear him breathing on the other side. Or maybe that was her imagination. She waited for him to try the handle, test the lock, to do something that would confirm her fears about what this arrangement really meant. He didn't. The footsteps retreated. A distant door closed. Silence returned, thick and absolute. Elena exhaled. Realized she'd been holding her breath. She should unpack, shower, try to sleep. Instead, she sank onto the bed, still wearing her coat, and stared at the locked door. Some point her phone buzzed. Her father. Lena, please call me. I need to explain. I need you to understand. She turned off the phone. The city hummed below, a million lives intersecting and diverging, none of them aware that 68 floors up, a woman had just signed away 2 years of her life to a man who collected broken things and called it protection. Elena lay back, closed her eyes, tried to remember what freedom felt like. She couldn't. Somewhere in the penthouse, a clock chimed midnight. She heard it through the walls, low, resonant, marking the end of one day and the beginning of another. Her wedding day, she realized. In less than 48 hours, she'd be Mrs. Damien Cross. The thought should have terrified her. Instead, she felt nothing. Just the cold glass of the window at her back and the locked door at her side and the vast, glittering city that had swallowed her whole. She waited for tears. They didn't come. At some point she heard footsteps again, pacing back and forth beyond the locked door, a caged rhythm that went on for hours. Damien Cross, she realized, didn't sleep either. The knowledge was oddly comforting. At least they'd be insomniacs together. When dawn finally broke, painting the city in shades of gray and gold, Elena stood, walked to the locked door, pressed her palm against the wood. On the other side the pacing stopped. She held her breath, waited. After a long moment she heard it, the soft sound of a hand meeting wood. A mirror of her gesture. Neither of them spoke. Neither of them opened the door. But the space between them had shifted, acknowledged, become something more than just a barrier. Elena pulled her hand back, stepped away. She had 2 years to figure out what that meant. 2 years to survive a man who bought wives like art and called it a transaction. 2 years to decide if the locked door was keeping him out, or keeping her in. Chapter 2. The Performance. Manhattan, Elena's POV. The dress arrived at 4 p.m. in a garment bag that cost more than most people's rent. Elena watched Mrs. Chen hang it on the closet door, emerald silk that caught the afternoon light and threw it back in liquid waves. The kind of dress that demanded attention, that announced wealth and taste in equal measure. The kind of dress she'd never have chosen for herself. Mr. Cross selected it personally, Mrs. Chen said, smoothing an invisible wrinkle. The gala begins at 8. Hair and makeup will arrive at 6. 3 days. She'd been Mrs. Damien Cross for 3 days, and this was the first time she'd be seen in public wearing his ring. The wedding at City Hall had been brutal in its efficiency. A judge, 2 witnesses pulled from the courthouse staff, vows read from a script. Damien had kissed her afterward, a brief press of lips, performative and cold. She tasted whiskey and something darker. Then it was done. Paperwork signed. Marriage license filed. A transaction completed. They'd returned to the penthouse in silence. Damien had disappeared into his office. She'd gone to her room and stared at the ring on her finger. Platinum, simple, expensive, until the weight of it made her nauseous. That night, she'd heard him pacing again, back and forth beyond the locked door, restless as a caged animal. She'd pressed her ear to the wood and listened to his footsteps until dawn. Now, standing before the emerald dress, Elena felt the reality of her arrangement settle over her like a shroud. Tonight she'd smile. She'd take his arm. She'd play the role of wife to a man who'd bought her cooperation and called it marriage. Miss Morgan. Mrs. Chen's voice pulled her back. Is the dress acceptable? It's perfect, Elena said. The lie came easily now. The hairstylist was a tiny woman named Vera who spoke in rapid-fire Russian and wielded a curling iron like a weapon. She pulled Elena's dark hair into something artfully undone, waves that looked effortless but had taken 40 minutes to achieve. The makeup artist followed, painting Elena's face with the kind of precision usually reserved for portraiture. When they finished, Elena barely recognized herself in the mirror. The woman staring back was polished, expensive, the kind of wife a billionaire would display at charity galas. Her own face but curated, perfected. Vera stepped back assessing. Beautiful. Mr. Cross will be pleased. The phrase made Elena's stomach turn. As if his pleasure was the goal. As if she was a painting being hung for his approval. After they left, she stood alone in the bedroom, wrapped in a silk robe, and tried to remember the last time she'd felt like herself. Before the gallery closed. Before her father's debts became a noose. Before she'd signed her name on a contract and become someone's acquisition. The memory wouldn't come. A knock at the door. Not the locked one, the other. Mrs. Chen entered with a jewelry box. From Mr. Cross, she said, opening it. Emeralds. A necklace and earrings, Art Deco, probably vintage. They matched the dress perfectly. Course they did. Damien Cross didn't do anything by accident. Elena let Mrs. Chen fasten the necklace. The stones were cold against her throat, heavy. A collar disguised as jewelry. He's waiting in the foyer, Mrs. Chen said. The car is ready. Elena slipped into the dress. It fit like it had been made for her, because it probably had been. Another thing Damien had arranged without asking. The silk whispered against her skin as she moved, expensive and inescapable. She took a breath, checked her reflection one last time. The woman in the mirror looked composed, elegant, untouchable. But let him think she was fine with this. Let him think she'd accepted her role. She opened the door. Damien stood in the foyer, checking his phone. He wore a tuxedo that probably cost more than her father's monthly mortgage payment. Black, perfectly tailored, the kind of formal wear that looked effortless on men who'd been wearing it since prep school. His hair was slicked back, emphasizing the sharp lines of his face. He looked like old money and new danger, wrapped in Italian wool. He glanced up as she approached. Something flickered in his eyes. Appreciation, maybe, or satisfaction at a job well done. His gaze traveled from her face to the necklace to the dress and back again, a quick assessment that made her feel like inventory. You look perfect, he said. Not beautiful, not stunning, perfect. As if she was a problem he'd solved correctly. The dress is lovely, Elena said, keeping her voice neutral. Thank you. It suits you. He pocketed his phone, moved closer. We need to discuss tonight. I know the drill. Smile, be charming, pretend we're madly in love. His mouth twitched. Almost a smile. Close. But there are specifics. He gestured to the elevator. We'll talk in the car. The ride down was silent. Elena watched the numbers descend and thought about all the ways this could go wrong. A slip of the tongue. A moment of visible tension. Someone asking the wrong question. The performance had to be flawless or people would talk. And if people talked, Damien's carefully constructed arrangement would start to crack. The lobby was empty. Mrs. Chen must have cleared it. A black Mercedes waited at the curb, driver standing ready. Damien's hand found the small of her back as they walked, warm through the silk, possessive. The touch sent electricity up her spine, unwanted and undeniable. She forced herself not to flinch. Inside the car, Damien settled beside her, close enough that his thigh pressed against hers, far enough to maintain the illusion of space. The driver pulled into traffic, and Manhattan scrolled past the tinted windows in streaks of light and shadow. The event is for the Museum of Modern Art, Damien said. Fundraiser for their new contemporary wing. About 300 guests. Press will be there. Mostly society pages, but expect cameras. What's our story? Lena asked. How did we meet? Through mutual friends. 6 months ago. We kept it quiet because of your father's situation. The marriage was sudden because we didn't want to wait. Romantic, she said dryly. Believable. He shifted, angling toward her. People will ask questions. About us, about the timeline, about why I married someone they've never heard of. You'll deflect. Be vague but charming. Let them think it's a love story too private to share. And if someone pushes, I'll handle it. His voice dropped, taking on an edge. But Elena, tonight we're a couple. That means I'll touch you. Nothing inappropriate, but enough to sell the illusion. Your waist, your hand, small of your back. If you're uncomfortable, squeeze my hand twice. I'll adjust. The consideration surprised her. She'd expected him to simply take what he needed. Contract be damned. Instead, he was offering her an out. Signal. Okay, she said. There's someone you should know about. Damien's expression hardened. Damien Cross. My aunt. She'll be there, and she'll corner you the first chance she gets. Why? Because she thinks I'm making a mistake. She'll try to figure out what you want from me, what angle you're playing. Don't let her rattle you. What do I want from you? Lena asked. In case she asks directly. He looked at her. Really looked, for the first time since she'd entered the foyer. His eyes were storm gray in the dim car, unreadable. Tell her the truth, he said finally. That you're here because you had no choice. She'll respect that more than a lie. The honesty was jarring. Elena had expected him to script her answers, to control every word. Instead, he was trusting her to navigate his family politics with nothing but the truth. What about you? She asked. What do you want from me tonight? Cooperation. Discretion. He paused. And for you to look like you don't hate me quite as much as you do. I don't hate you. No. His mouth curved, not quite a smile. What do you feel then? Elena considered the question. Hate was too simple. Too clean. What she felt was more complicated. Resentment tangled with grudging respect, fear laced with curiosity. He'd bought her, yes. But he'd also kept his promises. Her father's creditors had vanished. The brownstone was safe. She had a studio full of art supplies she hadn't ordered, a closet full of clothes she hadn't chosen, and a locked door she could open any time but hadn't. I don't know yet, she said. Something shifted in his expression. Not quite approval but close. Fair enough. The car slowed. Through the window, Elena saw the museum, a modernist fortress of glass and stone, ablaze with light. A red carpet stretched from the curb to the entrance, flanked by photographers and guests in evening wear. The city's elite, gathered to write checks and be seen writing them. Her stomach clenched. Ready? Damien asked. Well, she wasn't ready. She'd never be ready. But ready didn't matter anymore. Yes, she said. He took her hand. His palm was warm, calloused in unexpected places. Then let's give them a show. The cameras started flashing before they left the car. Damien exited first, buttoning his jacket with practiced ease. Then he turned, extending his hand to Elena. She took it, letting him help her out, and the emerald dress caught the light like a flame. The photographers surged forward, shouting questions. Mr. Cross. Over here. Who's your date? Damien looked left. He ignored them all, his hand finding her waist. The touch was confident, territorial, exactly what a new husband should be. Elena forced herself to relax into it, to let her body curve toward his as if this was natural. As if she belonged at his side. They moved up the red carpet. Flash after flash, blinding and relentless. Elena kept her expression serene, her smile in place. Beside her, Damien was a study in controlled power, acknowledging photographers with minimal nods, steering her forward with subtle pressure at her back. Damien! A woman's voice, sharp with authority. Is this the mystery woman we've been hearing about? He paused, turned toward the voice. A reporter mid-40s, with a predatory gleam of someone who'd built a career on other people's secrets. "This is my wife," Damien said. Simple. Definitive. Elena Cross. The name sounded foreign in his mouth. Elena Cross. Person who didn't exist 3 days ago. "When did you get married?" the reporter pressed. "Recently." Damien's smile was polite, immovable. "We're keeping the details private." "How did you meet?" "Through friends. Now if you'll excuse us." He guided Elena forward, past the reporter and her follow-up questions. They reached the museum entrance, and the noise of the red carpet faded into the hushed elegance of the atrium. Guests milled beneath a Calder mobile, champagne flutes catching the light. Waiters circulated with trays of hors d'oeuvres that probably cost $50 a bite. Elena's dress whispered against marble as they moved deeper into the crowd. Heads turned. Conversations paused. She felt the weight of attention like a physical thing, pressing against her skin. Damien Cross. A man materialized from the crowd. 60s, silver hair, expensive suit. His smile was sharp. "Congratulations on the marriage. I didn't realize you were seeing anyone." "Marcus." Damien's voice was cordial, but Elena felt his body tense. "Good to see you." "Is it?" Marcus's gaze slid to Elena, assessing. "You must be the lucky bride." Marcus Hale. Old friend of the family. He extended his hand. Elena shook it, noting the way his grip lingered a fraction too long. "Elena," she said. "Pleasure." "The pleasure is mine. Tell me, how does one catch the attention of Manhattan's most eligible bachelor?" Damien's been dodging matchmakers for years. There was something underneath the question. Test or a trap? "I wasn't trying to catch anyone's attention," Elena said smoothly. "We just found each other." "How romantic." Marcus's smile didn't reach his eyes. "And sudden. Almost suspiciously sudden, some might say." Damien's hand tightened on her waist. "Not painful but a warning. Some people believe in love at first sight, Marcus. Others just believe in love." The implication hung in the air. "And you believe in neither?" Marcus's expression hardened. "Of course. Well, I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you both. Enjoy the evening." He melted back into the crowd. Elena exhaled slowly. "Friend of the family." "Enemy," Damien corrected. "He's been trying to acquire one of my subsidiaries for 2 years. I keep saying no. He seems dangerous." "He is." Damien steered her toward the bar. "Stay away from him if he approaches you alone." The warning sent ice down her spine. But before she could ask more, a waiter appeared with champagne. Damien took 2 glasses, handed her one. Their fingers brushed. The contact was brief, electric. "To new beginnings," he said, raising his glass. Elena clinked hers against his. "To performances." Something flickered in his eyes. Acknowledgement, maybe, of the game they were playing. He drank. She followed, the champagne crisp and cold. They circulated. Damien introduced her to a parade of faces. Donors, board members, artists whose names she recognized from gallery catalogs. Elena played her role perfectly. Gracious, modest, just enigmatic enough to be interesting. She let Damien's hand rest at her waist, let him pull her close when someone made a joke, let herself lean into him as if his proximity was comfort rather than contract. And slowly, horribly, some part of her stopped pretending. His touch became familiar. The way he anticipated her movements, steering her away from boring conversations or toward people he thought she'd find interesting. The subtle protection in how he positioned himself, always between her and the crowd, a barrier against the press of bodies. The way he laughed at something she said, genuine surprise flickering across his face before he caught himself. It was a performance. She knew it was a performance. But the line between acting and reality was starting to blur. "There you are." The voice came from behind them, female, cultured, with an undertone of steel. Elena turned. The woman approaching was 70 if she was a day, but age had only sharpened her edges. white hair cut in a severe bob, diamonds at her throat and ears. A black gown that probably cost more than Elena's entire wardrobe. But it was her eyes that stopped Elena's breath. Gray like Damien's but colder. Calculating. Vivian Cross. Aunt Vivian. Damien's voice was carefully neutral. You look well. And you look married. Vivian's gaze locked on Elena. So this is the girl who finally caught you. How? Unexpected. The word girl was deliberate. Dismissive. Elena extended her hand. Elena Cross. It's a pleasure to meet you. Vivian's handshake was brief, assessing. Cross already. How efficient. Tell me, dear, how long have you known my nephew? Long enough, Elena said. That's not an answer. It's the only one I'm giving. Vivian's eyebrows rose. Beside Elena, Damien went very still. Then, impossibly, Vivian smiled. Well, at least you have a spine. That's more than I can say for the last 3 women who tried to trap him. She turned to Damien. A word. Privately. It wasn't a request. Damien's jaw tightened. Vivian. Now, Damien. He looked at Elena, something almost apologetic in his eyes. I'll be right back. Take your time, Elena said, keeping her voice light. She watched them move toward a quieter corner of the atrium. Vivian's posture was rigid with disapproval. Damien's was defensive. Even from a distance, Elena could read the tension in their body language. She sipped her champagne and tried not to feel abandoned. Quite the spectacle, isn't it? Elena turned. A woman stood beside her. Late 30s, red hair, kind eyes. She wore a navy dress and a smile that seemed genuine. I'm sorry, Elena said. The Cross family drama. It's like watching a play, except everyone's in on the script but you. The woman extended her hand. Sarah Chen. I run the museum's contemporary acquisitions. Elena Cross. I know. You're the talk of the gala. Sarah's smile widened. Damien Cross married. Half the room is in shock. The other half is trying to figure out your angle. I don't have an angle. That's what makes you interesting. Sarah gestured to the crowd. See that woman in the gold dress? She spent 2 years trying to get Damien to notice her. And that man by the Rothko. He offered his daughter as a business merger. Damien turned them all down. Then you appear out of nowhere, and suddenly he's wearing a ring. Elena didn't know what to say to that. The truth. He bought me to pay my father's debts wasn't an option. We just connected, she said finally. Must have been some connection. Sarah took a sip of her champagne. Word of advice. Don't let Vivian intimidate you. She's protective of Damien, but she's not cruel. Just exacting. Thanks for the warning. Anytime. And if you ever want to talk about art, I hear you're a painter. My office is always open. Sarah drifted away, leaving Elena alone in a sea of strangers. She scanned the crowd for Damien, found him still locked in conversation with Vivian. His expression was shuttered, controlled. Whatever his aunt was saying, he wasn't enjoying it. Elena moved toward the windows, needing air, space, a moment to breathe. Outside, Central Park was a dark smudge against the city's glow. She pressed one hand to the glass, feeling the cold seep through. Beautiful view. The voice made her flinch. He turned. Marcus Hale stood too close, champagne in hand. His smile predatory. Mr. Hale, Elena said, stepping back. Please call me Marcus. He moved closer, eliminating the space she'd created. I wanted to apologize if I came across as rude earlier. I'm just protective of Damien. We've known each other a long time. He said you were business rivals. We are. But rivalry doesn't preclude friendship. Marcus's gaze traveled over her face, lingering. Tell me, Elena, what's a woman like you doing with a man like Damien Cross? I'm not sure what you mean. Don't you? You're young, talented. Yes, I did my research. And by all accounts you had a promising career ahead of you. Then your father's gallery collapsed, and suddenly you're married to one of the wealthiest men in Manhattan. He paused. It's quite the fairy tale. Elena's pulse kicked. He knew. Not everything maybe, but enough. I love him, she said. The lie tasted like ash. Do you? Marcus leaned in, his voice dropping. Or do you love what he can give you? The security, the money, the protection from your father's rather unfortunate creditors. Ice flooded her veins. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course you don't. His smile was sharp. But here's some free advice, Mrs. Cross. Damien collects broken things. Art, companies, people. He fixes them, displays them, and when he's bored, he moves on to the next acquisition. Don't mistake his protection for affection. You're just another piece in his collection. The words landed like blows. Elena wanted to argue, to defend herself, to tell him he was wrong. But she couldn't. Because he wasn't wrong. She was exactly what he'd described. An acquisition. Transaction. Step away from my wife. Damien's voice cut through the noise of the gala, cold and lethal. He materialized beside Elena, his hand finding her waist with bruising pressure. His eyes were locked on Marcus, and the rage in them was barely contained. Marcus raised his hands, all innocence. Just making conversation. You were making her uncomfortable. There's a difference. Damien's grip tightened. If you approach her again without my presence, we're going to have a problem. Is that a threat? It's a promise. The two men stared at each other, the air between them crackling with violence. Elena could feel Damien's fury radiating through his touch, could see the muscle jumping in his jaw. For a moment she thought he might actually hit Marcus. Then Marcus smiled. Enjoy your evening, Damien. Mrs. Cross. He nodded to Elena and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Damien didn't move. His hand was still clamped on her waist, his breathing harsh. Did he hurt you? Question was low, dangerous. No. He just talked. About what? Elena hesitated. About you. About us. About why you married me. Damien's expression darkened. What did he say? That I'm a collection piece. That you'll get bored and move on. For a long moment, Damien didn't respond. Then slowly his grip loosened. His hand moved from her waist to her face, cupping her jaw with surprising gentleness. The touch made her breath catch. Look at me, he said. She did. His eyes were storm gray, intense, searching. Marcus Hale is a liar and a manipulator. He wants to get under your skin because he knows it's the fastest way to get to me. Don't believe a word he says. But he's not wrong, is he? Elena's voice cracked. I am an acquisition. You bought me, Damien. We both know what this is. His thumb traced her cheekbone, the gesture almost tender. You're right. I bought your cooperation. But you're not a thing, Elena. You're not art I'm displaying. He stopped, seemed to struggle with the words. You're more complicated than that. What does that mean? I don't know yet. The honesty was jarring. For a moment the mask slipped, and she saw something underneath. Confusion, maybe, or the beginning of something he didn't want to name. Then he stepped back, and the moment shattered. We should go, he said. We've been here long enough. Elena nodded, not trusting her voice. They made their way through the crowd, saying goodbyes, accepting congratulations. The performance was flawless. No one would have guessed that minutes ago. Damien had looked ready to commit violence, or that Elena's hands were shaking. The car was waiting at the curb. Damien helped her inside, his touch careful now, controlled. They pulled away from the museum, and the city swallowed them in light and shadow. The silence in the car was thick, charged. Elena stared out the window and tried to process everything. Marcus's words. Damien's fury. The way his hand had gentled on her face, as if she was something precious instead of purchased. I'm sorry, Damien said finally. She looked at him. For what? For Marcus. For, He stopped, ran a hand through his hair, disrupting the careful styling. For putting you in that position. I should have stayed with you. You were with your aunt. I should have stayed anyway. The admission surprised her. She'd expected him to brush it off, to tell her she should have handled it better. Instead, he was taking responsibility. What did Vivian say? Lena asked. Damien's mouth twisted. That I'm making a mistake. That you're either a gold digger or a victim. And either way, this marriage will end badly. What did you tell her? That it's none of her business. But she's right, isn't she? This will end badly. In 2 years we'll annul Anne. Elena. He turned to face her, his expression serious. I don't know how this ends. But I know I'm not going to let Marcus Hale or anyone else hurt you. That's not part of the contract. That's just... He stopped. That's just the truth. The words settled over her like snow. She wanted to believe him. Wanted to trust that his protection was real. That she was more than just a transaction. But trust was a luxury she couldn't afford. The car pulled up to Cross Tower. Damien exited first, then helped her out. His hand found the small of her back as they crossed the lobby, warm through the silk. In the elevator, the silence was different, heavier. Elena was hyper-aware of his proximity, the way his shoulder brushed hers, the scent of his cologne, something dark and expensive. Her heart was beating too fast. The doors opened to the penthouse. They stepped inside and the space felt different somehow. Smaller, more intimate. Thank you, Elena said. For tonight. For handling Marcus. You don't need to thank me. Yes, I do. You didn't have to. Elena. He turned to face her, and the intensity in his eyes stole her breath. When I said I'd protect you, I meant it. Not because of the contract. Because you're my wife. And no one threatens what's mine. The possessiveness should have frightened her. Instead, it sent heat through her veins, unwanted and undeniable. I'm not a possession, she said quietly. No. He stepped closer, eliminating the space between them. You're not. But you are mine. For 2 years at least. And I take care of what's mine. His hand came up, fingers grazing her jaw. The touch was feather-light, questioning. Elena's breath caught. She should step back. Should maintain the distance they'd carefully constructed. But her body wouldn't obey. Did I hurt you? He asked. Earlier. My grip was too tight. She'd almost forgotten. The bruising pressure at her waist when he'd confronted Marcus. No. You're lying. I'm fine. His thumb traced the line of her cheekbone, and she shivered. You shouldn't lie to me, Elena. I always know. Then why do you ask? Because I want to hear you say it. The admission hung between them, raw and honest. Elena's pulse thundered. This was dangerous. This blurring of lines. This heat building in the space they'd sworn to keep empty. I should go to bed, she said. You should. But neither of them moved. Damien's gaze dropped to her mouth, lingered. She saw the war in his eyes. Desire versus control, want versus contract. For a moment she thought he might kiss her. Wanted him to, God help her. Then he stepped back, breaking the spell. Good night, Elena. Good night. She walked to her room on unsteady legs, feeling his gaze follow her. Inside, she closed the door and leaned against it, breathing hard. Her reflection in the mirror was a stranger. Flushed cheeks, bright eyes, the emerald necklace glittering at her throat like a brand. She looked like a woman who'd been touched. Wanted. She looked like a wife. Elena unclasped the necklace with shaking hands. Stepped out of the dress. Washed off the makeup until her own face emerged, pale and uncertain. Then she heard it. Footsteps beyond the locked door. Pacing. Back and forth, restless and caged. She moved to the door. Pressed her palm against the wood, feeling the vibration of his movement. On the other side, the pacing stopped. Elena held her breath. Waited. Soft sound. His hand, she realized, meeting the door from his side. A mirror of her gesture. They stood like that for a long moment, separated by wood and locks and contracts, but connected by something neither of them wanted to name. Then he pulled away. The footsteps retreated. Elena exhaled slowly and stepped back. She climbed into bed, but sleep wouldn't come. Instead, she stared at the locked door and thought about the way Damien's hand had gentled on her face. The fury in his eyes when Marcus had threatened her. The heat in his gaze when he'd looked at her mouth. "You're mine," he'd said. Not as possession, as protection. But the line between the two was razor thin. And Elena was beginning to realize she didn't know which side she was on. "He believed me." That's when I realized lying to Damien Cross might be more dangerous than telling the truth. Chapter 3. The Unraveling. Cross Tower Penthouse. Damien's POV. The security feed showed her painting. Damien sat in his office at 3 a.m., whiskey untouched on the desk, and watched Elena move through the studio he'd prepared for her. She wore an old shirt. His shirt, he realized with a jolt, stolen from the laundry. Splattered with paint, her dark hair twisted into a knot. The canvas before her was large, ambitious. Even through the grainy feed, he could see the intensity in her brushstrokes. He should turn off the monitor. This surveillance was meant for security, not voyeurism. But he couldn't look away. She'd been in the studio for 6 hours. Since dinner, a silent affair where they'd eaten at opposite ends of the dining table like strangers. She'd disappeared into that room and hadn't emerged. No breaks, no food. Just her and the canvas and whatever demons she was exorcising with paint. Damien enlarged the feed, trying to see what she was creating. The composition was dark, chiaroscuro pushed to its limits. A figure, female, hunched, surrounded by geometric shapes that could have been windows or prison bars. The ambiguity was intentional. Masterful even. His wife was more talented than he'd realized. The thought sent something uncomfortable through his chest. Guilt maybe. Or the beginning of respect he hadn't anticipated. He'd researched her art before making the offer. Due diligence, nothing more. Her portfolio showed technical skill and emotional rawness, the kind of work that should have been shown in galleries but wasn't. Too honest, probably. Too willing to bleed on canvas. The art world preferred its pain packaged prettily. But seeing her work in person, watching her create in real time was different. This wasn't just skill. This was need. The way she attacked the canvas, the way her whole body moved with each stroke. She was pouring herself into the work like it was the only thing keeping her alive. Damien knew that feeling. Had felt it himself in the months after Isabel died, when building his empire was the only thing that kept him from drowning in rage. On screen, Elena stepped back from the canvas. Studied it. Then, suddenly, she drove her brush into the paint and slashed a violent stroke across the composition. The movement was cathartic, destructive. She did it again. Destroying hours of work in seconds. Then she stopped, dropped the brush, sank to the floor with her head in her hands. Damien was moving before he realized it. Out of his office, down the hallway toward the studio. He stopped outside the door, hand on the handle, and forced himself to think. She hadn't asked for comfort. Hadn't asked for anything from him except distance and the illusion of choice. If he went in now, he'd be crossing a line they'd carefully maintained. Violating the space he'd promised her. But she was crying. He could hear it through the door. Quiet, wrenching sobs that sounded like they were being torn from her chest. Fuck the line. He opened the door. Elena looked up, startled. Her face was streaked with paint and tears, her eyes red-rimmed. She scrambled to her feet, wiping at her cheeks with paint-stained hands. "I'm sorry," she said quickly. "I didn't mean to. I'll clean up. I just..." "Stop apologizing." Damien's voice came out harsher than intended. He gentled it. "You don't need to apologize for existing in your own space." She stared at him, confused. Probably wondering why he was here at 3 a.m., still wearing his shirt and slacks from dinner, looking at her like she was a problem he needed to solve. He moved into the room, careful to avoid the scattered paint tubes and brushes. The destroyed canvas dominated the space, beautiful and ruined in equal measure. "What happened?" he asked. "Nothing. She looked at the canvas, her expression crumpling. "I got a rejection today. From the last gallery I submitted to. They said my work was technically proficient but emotionally inaccessible." She laughed, the sound bitter. "Inaccessible. As if pain needs to be accessible to be valid." Damien studied the canvas. The slashed composition was raw, violent, more honest than anything he'd seen in galleries that charged $5,000 for admission. "They're idiots," he said. "They're gatekeepers. And they're right. My work doesn't sell. Doesn't fit into neat categories. It's just," she gestured helplessly. "It's just me screaming into the void." "Then scream louder." She looked at him, something shifting in her expression. "That's easy for you to say. You have power. Money. You can make people listen. So can you. How? By using your name. By letting you open doors I can't open myself." She shook her head. "That's not earning it. That's just more transaction." The word hit like a slap. Transaction. That's what she thought this was. What they were. Maybe she was right. Damien moved closer, stopping a few feet away. Close enough to see the paint smudged on her cheek, the exhaustion carved into her face. She looked fragile and fierce in equal measure, like something that could break or cut depending on how you held it. "I'm going to tell you something," he said quietly. "And you're going to hate it. But it's true." She waited, arms crossed defensively. "Talent isn't enough. It's never been enough. The artists who succeed aren't always the most talented. They're the most strategic. They know how to work the system, how to leverage connections, how to make people care." He paused. "You have the talent. Let me give you the strategy. I don't want your charity. It's not charity. It's investment." He gestured to the destroyed canvas. "That painting before you destroyed it was gallery-worthy. Better than half the shit hanging in MoMA. But no one will see it because you're too proud to use the resources available to you." "Resources," she repeated flatly. "You mean your name?" "Yes, name. My connections. My ability to make phone calls that get returned." His voice hardened. "You signed a contract that gave me 2 years of your life. The least I can do is make sure those 2 years aren't wasted." Elena stared at him, and he could see the war in her eyes. Pride versus pragmatism. Independence versus opportunity. "Why do you care?" she asked finally. "About my art, about my career. It's not part of the contract." The question landed in his chest like a blade. Why did he care? He'd told himself this was about maintaining appearances, about ensuring his wife looked successful and fulfilled. But that was a lie. The truth was Messier. The truth was that watching her create reminded him of Isabelle. His sister had painted too. Watercolors, mostly delicate studies of light and shadow that had made their father uncomfortable. "Art is a hobby," he'd said. "Not a career." Isabelle had stopped painting after that. Focused on the family business, on being the daughter their father wanted. She died before she could pick up a brush again. "Because waste offends me," Damien said. It was partially true. "You have a gift. Using it isn't weakness. It's smart." Elena looked at the canvas. At the violent slashes that had destroyed hours of work. Then slowly she nodded. "Okay," she said quietly. "I'll think about it." It wasn't agreement. But it wasn't refusal either. Damien should leave. He'd done what he came to do. Offered support, made his case. Staying longer was dangerous. The studio was too intimate, too raw. She was too vulnerable, and he was too aware of the paint on her skin, the way his shirt hung loose on her frame, the exhaustion that made her defenses brittle. He stayed anyway. "Show me," he said. "What?" "Show me your other work. The pieces you haven't destroyed." She hesitated, then moved to a stack of canvases leaning against the wall. Pulled out 3, set them up where he could see. The first was a study of hands, elderly, gnarled, holding a photograph. The detail was exquisite, every wrinkle and vein rendered with painful accuracy. But it was the emotion that gutted him. Grief, captured in the curve of fingers. The second was a self-portrait. Elena, but fractured. Her face split into geometric planes, each one showing a different expression. Fear, rage, resignation. Oh, it was like looking into a kaleidoscope of pain. The third made him stop breathing. It was Brooklyn Heights at twilight. A gallery with empty windows. A girl standing outside, face upturned to the fading light. The loneliness in the composition was devastating. "That's the gallery," he said. "Your father's. The day it closed." Elena's voice was soft. "I painted it from memory. Probably why it feels honest," Damien finished. "It feels honest." She looked at him, surprise flickering across her face. "You understand it. I understand loss." The admission hung between them, heavy with implication. Elena's expression shifted, softening into something that looked almost like recognition. "Your sister," she said. "The woman in the photograph. That's who you lost." Damien's jaw tightened. He hadn't meant to reveal that much. But Elena was watching him with those dark eyes, and lying suddenly felt impossible. "Yes," he said. "What was her name?" "Isabel." "How did she die?" The question should have angered him. Should have triggered his carefully maintained walls. Instead he found himself answering. "Fire. 3 years ago. An art gallery in Red Hook." He paused, the memories clawing at his throat. She was there for an opening. Wrong place, wrong time. The fire was arson. Someone sending a message to the gallery owner about unpaid debts. Elena's face went pale. Oh God! They never caught who did it. The investigation went cold. The gallery owner disappeared. Damien's hands curled into fists. So I started looking into his creditors. Following the money. Building cases. And I found. He stopped. He'd said too much already. But Elena was sharp. He watched her piece it together. Watched the realization dawn in her eyes. "You found my father," she whispered. Damien said nothing. "Confirmation enough. That's why you chose me." Her voice was hollow. "Not because I met some criteria. Because my father's creditors killed your sister. And I'm what? Payment. Revenge. It's more complicated than that." "Is it?" She stepped back, and he saw the betrayal crystallizing in her expression. "You've been investigating my family this whole time. Building some kind of case. And I'm just, what was Marcus's word? Collection piece. Something you're using to get to them." "Elena. Don't." She held up a paint-stained hand. "Don't lie to me. You promised you wouldn't lie." Damien forced himself to meet her gaze. To give her the truth, even though it would cost him. "Yes," he said. "I investigated your father. I found connections between his creditors and the people who killed Isabel. And yes, part of why I chose you is because I wanted leverage. A way to get close to the network that destroyed my sister." Elena's breath hitched. "So this whole thing, the contract, the marriage, the protection, it's all just part of some revenge plot?" "It was," Damien said carefully. At first. He moved closer, and she didn't retreat. "I'm not going to lie and say I chose you for noble reasons. I didn't. I chose you because you were useful. Because marrying you gave me access to information I needed. Because I thought." He stopped. Forced himself to continue. "I thought making you fall for me and then destroying your family would hurt the right people." The words landed like blows. Elena's face went white, then red. "You sick fuck." "Yes," he agreed. "I was. Maybe I still am. But Elena." He reached for her and she slapped his hand away. "Listen to me. You weren't what I expected." "What does that mean?" "It means you were supposed to be complicit. Guilty by association. Someone I could use and discard without remorse." His voice roughened. "But you're not. You're just collateral. Someone who got caught in the blast radius of your father's mistakes. And that changes things." Changes what? Everything. The admission came out raw. I can't. I'm not going to destroy you to get to them. I won't do that. Elena stared at him, and he could see her trying to decide if he was telling the truth, if this was another manipulation. He didn't blame her for doubting. Why should I believe you? She asked finally. Because I stopped the investigation 2 days ago. Because I've been trying to figure out how to tell you the truth without. He gestured helplessly. Without this. Without you looking at me like I'm a monster. You are a monster. Her voice cracked. You bought me to punish my father. You've been lying to me from the beginning. You. She stopped, tears spilling over. God, I'm so stupid. I actually started to think. What? That maybe this could be real. That may be you. She shook her head violently. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. But it did matter. Damien could see it in her face. Hear it in her voice. She'd started to trust him. Started to believe the performance was becoming real. So had he. Elena. He said her name like a prayer. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness. I know I've manipulated you, used you, lied by omission. But I need you to understand. What I feel now isn't part of the plan. It's not strategy. It's just. He stopped, the words catching in his throat. Just what? Inconvenient, he finished. And real. And terrifying. She laughed, the sound bitter and broken. You don't get to do this. You don't get to tell me you had some revenge plot and then say your feelings are real. That's not how this works. I know. Then what do you want from me? Damien looked at her, paint-stained and furious and heartbreakingly vulnerable, and realized he didn't have an answer. What did he want? Forgiveness he hadn't earned. Trust he'd systematically destroyed. A chance to start over with a clean slate. He wanted all of it. He deserved none of it. I want you to understand why, he said finally. I want you to know that Isabel was. She was everything good in our family. Kind. Talented. She saw the best in people, even when they didn't deserve it. And they killed her because some piece of shit couldn't pay his debts. His voice broke. He forced himself to continue. I spent 2 years trying to find who was responsible. Following leads, building cases, hitting dead ends. And then I found your father's name in the files. Found out he'd borrowed from the same network. That the gallery fire was their signature move. Burn the asset, collect the insurance, send a message. My father didn't know, Elena said. He couldn't have. I know that now. But at the time I just saw another connection. Another person who'd benefited from the same system that killed my sister. And I wanted. He stopped. I wanted someone to pay. I wanted to hurt the people who'd hurt me. And you were there. Available. Perfect. The honesty was brutal. Damien watched Elena process it, watched her face cycle through emotions. Anger, grief, understanding, disgust. You're right, she said finally. You are a monster. I know. But so are they. The people who killed your sister. The people who destroyed my father. We're all just casualties of other people's wars. The insight gutted him. She was right. They were both casualties. Both collateral damage in conflicts they hadn't chosen. I'm sorry, he said. For using you. For lying. For all of it. Elena wiped at her eyes, smearing paint across her cheeks. What happens now? I don't know. That's not good enough. You owe me more than I don't know. She was right. Damien forced himself to think past the guilt, the self-loathing, the uncomfortable realization that he'd become the kind of man he'd always despised. The contract stands, he said. 2 years. But I'm done investigating your family. Done using you for information. If you want to leave, if you want to break the contract and walk away, I'll pay your father's debts anyway. You'll be free. Elena's breath caught. You're serious? Yes. Why? Because you were right. You're not a possession. You're not a transaction. He stopped. Tried to find words for something he didn't fully understand himself. You're someone I don't want to hurt anymore. She stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she moved to the destroyed canvas. Studied the violent slashes, the ruined composition. "I'm not leaving," she said finally. "Elena, I'm not leaving," she repeated stronger. "Not because I forgive you. You don't. Not because I trust you. Can't. But because," she turned to face him, "because my father's debts are real. 'Cause I signed a contract. And because running away won't change what happened. It'll just make me a coward." The words hit harder than any accusation. She was staying, but not for him. Not because she believed in their marriage or saw a future. She was staying because she kept her promises, even when they cost her everything. "Okay," Damien said. "Then we'll figure out how to make this work. On your terms." "My terms. You want distance, you get distance. You want honesty, I'll give you honesty. You want..." He gestured helplessly. "Whatever you need to feel safe here. To feel like you have some control." Elena considered this. Then, deliberately, she moved to the locked door, the one that connected their bedrooms. She turned the key. The lock clicked open. Damien's heart stopped. "I'm not inviting you in," she said, meeting his gaze. "But I'm not locking you out either. That's my term. No more barriers we're both pretending don't exist. If we're doing this, if we're really doing this, then we do it honestly. No more locked doors. No more lies by omission." The gesture was terrifying in its implications. She was giving him access, trust he hadn't earned. Or maybe she was just refusing to hide anymore. "Okay," he said. Elena nodded. Then, exhausted, she sank onto the paint-spattered stool. "I need you to leave now. You need time to process this. To figure out what the hell I'm doing." Damien wanted to stay. Wanted to keep talking until he'd explained away the guilt, until she understood that he hadn't meant to care about her, that it had happened despite his best efforts. But she'd asked him to leave, and he owed her that much. He moved toward the door, the one to the hallway, not the newly unlocked one between their rooms. Paused at the threshold. "For what it's worth," he said, "I'm sorry. About all of it. And I'm glad you're staying." Elena didn't respond. Just sat there, surrounded by destroyed art and paint-stained dreams, looking like something beautiful and broken. Damien left. Closed the door behind him. Stood in the hallway and tried to remember how to breathe. He'd told her the truth. Not all of it. He'd left out the worst parts, the depth of his initial plan, the cold calculation behind every gesture. But enough. Enough that she knew what he was. What he'd intended. And she'd stayed. The knowledge was a knife and a gift in equal measure. Damien didn't return to his office. Instead, he went to his bedroom, the one that now connected to Elena's through an unlocked door. He stood at that door for a long time, hand pressed against the wood, listening to the silence on the other side. She wasn't crying anymore. That was something. He thought about Isabel. About the photograph he kept hidden in his desk drawer. The one he'd shown Elena without meaning to. The one that had started this whole unraveling. His sister would have hated what he'd become. Would have been horrified by his plan to use an innocent woman as leverage. But she was dead. And he was alive. And somewhere along the way, he'd confused survival with revenge. Damien pulled out his phone. Opened his encrypted files. Found the folder labeled Morgan Investigation. He stared at it for a long moment. 2 years of work. Evidence linking Elena's father's creditors to the gallery fire. Connections to shell companies and offshore accounts. Everything he needed to destroy the network that had killed Isabel. And Elena would be caught in the blast radius. Her father would go to prison. Her family name would be destroyed. She'd be left with nothing but the settlement money and the knowledge that her husband had orchestrated it all. He'd told her he stopped the investigation. That was true. But he hadn't deleted the files. Hadn't abandoned the plan entirely. He could still do it. Could still use the information he'd gathered. Elena would never forgive him, but she'd be free. Able to start over somewhere far from the wreckage. His finger hovered over the delete button. Then he thought about the way she'd looked at him in the studio. The betrayal in her eyes. The way she'd unlocked the door anyway, giving him a chance he didn't deserve. Damien deleted the folder. All of it. 2 years of investigation gone in seconds. It wasn't redemption. It wasn't even the beginning of redemption. But it was a choice. The first choice he'd made that wasn't about revenge or strategy or building walls high enough to keep the grief out. He was choosing her. Not as leverage. Not as part of a plan. The realization was terrifying. Damien stripped off his shirt, collapsed onto the bed, stared at the ceiling and tried to figure out what the hell he was doing. He'd built his entire adult life around control. Around never letting anyone close enough to hurt him. Around transforming grief into empire and calling it success. Elena was destroying that control. Making him feel things he'd sworn off after Isabel died. Making him want things that weren't part of the plan. Making him human again when being a monster was so much safer. He heard movement from her room. A step. Water running. The soft sound of her getting ready for bed. Then, unexpectedly, her voice. Quiet. Tentative. Damien. He was on his feet before he realized it, moving to the unlocked door. Yes. Then. Thank you. For telling me the truth. Even though it hurt. His hand found the doorknob. He didn't turn it. You deserved to know. I did. Another pause. I'm still angry at you. You should be. But I'm glad you stopped. The investigation. I'm glad you chose. She didn't finish the sentence. Damien closed his eyes. Good night, Elena. Good night. He heard her move away from the door. Heard the soft sound of her climbing into bed. Then silence. Damien returned to his own bed, but sleep was impossible. He lay there, staring at the ceiling, thinking about unlocked doors and destroyed paintings and the way Elena had looked at him like he was both monster and man. She was supposed to be collateral, a means to an end. Transaction. So why did her tears feel like a knife between his ribs? The question haunted him until dawn broke over Manhattan, painting his bedroom in shades of gray and gold. He heard Elena stirring in the next room. Heard her shower running, her closet opening, the small sounds of someone getting ready to face the day. He should get up. Should go to his office, bury himself in work, pretend last night hadn't cracked something fundamental in his carefully constructed walls. Instead, he lay there and listened to her move through her morning routine, separated by an unlocked door and 2 years of contract and the fragile, terrifying possibility that maybe, this could become something real. The door between them was open. Neither of them had crossed the threshold yet. But the space had already begun to collapse. Chapter 4: The Breach. Cross Tower Penthouse, Elena's POV. Elena found the files by accident. She'd been looking for printer paper. Damien had mentioned his office was stocked with supplies she could use for sketches, and opened the wrong drawer. Inside, beneath a stack of letterhead, was a folder. Unmarked. The kind of anonymity that screamed important. She should have closed the drawer. Should have respected his privacy the way he'd started to respect hers. But her hands were already pulling out the folder, already opening it, already seeing her father's name at the top of the first page. Morgan, Thomas. Subject of investigation Financial ties to Kozlov network. The word swam. Elena sank into Damien's desk chair, the leather cold against her legs, and forced herself to read. It was all there. Every debt her father had accumulated. Every loan from men whose names she didn't recognize but whose reputations she could guess. Transaction records going back 5 years. Each one annotated in Damien's precise handwriting. Connections mapped out like a spider's web, her father at the center. Threads leading to shell companies and offshore accounts and Kozlov network responsible for Red Hook Gallery fire. 2021. Victim. Isabel Cross. Elena's hands shook. She flipped to the next page. Found photographs. The burned gallery. Crime scene tape. A body bag being loaded into a coroner's van. She was going to be sick. The next section was worse. Dossier on her. Every gallery she'd submitted to. Every rejection letter. Her bank statements. How had he gotten her bank statements? Her social media, printed and highlighted. Her college transcripts. A psychological profile that reduced her to bullet points. Asterisk codependent tendencies. Conflict avoidant. Likely to comply under pressure. Asterisk. She'd been a case study. Target. A problem he'd solved with surgical precision. The folder slipped from her hands, papers scattering across the desk. Elena stared at them. Evidence of Damien's investigation, of his manipulation, of the cold calculation behind every gesture of kindness he'd offered. He'd said he stopped. 2 nights ago in the studio. He'd looked her in the eyes and promised he'd deleted everything. He'd lied. The realization hit like a fist to the chest. She couldn't breathe. Couldn't think past the roaring in her ears. He'd lied. After promising honesty. After she'd unlocked the door between them. After she'd started to believe. Elena. She spun. Damien stood in the office doorway, still wearing his workout clothes, hair damp from the shower. He looked at her face, then at the papers scattered across his desk, and went very still. I can explain, he said. Can you? Her voice came out steady, cold. She barely recognized it. Because from where I'm sitting, this looks pretty fucking clear. He stepped into the room, hands raised like she was a spooked animal. Those files are old. From before. Before what? Before you told me you stopped investigating my family. Before you promised not to lie. She stood, the chair scraping harshly against the floor. These are dated 3 days ago, Damien. 3 days. You've been updating them while I've been sleeping in the next room, while I've been stupid enough to think. She stopped. Couldn't finish the sentence. Couldn't admit how much she'd started to hope. Damien's expression was carefully blank, but she saw the muscle jumping in his jaw. I kept the files as insurance. In case. In case what? In case you decided to destroy my family anyway. In case the revenge plot was too good to abandon. She moved around the desk, putting distance between them. You looked me in the eye and told me you were done. You watched me unlock the door between our rooms. You let me trust you. I know. That's it. You know. Fury ignited in her chest, hot and clarifying. You're a liar. You've been lying from the beginning and you're still lying and I'm. Her voice cracked. I'm so fucking stupid for believing you. You're not stupid. Damien's voice was low, dangerous. I'm the one who. Who what? Who manipulated me? Who bought me like I'm some kind of asset? She grabbed the psychological profile, thrust it at him. Codependent tendencies. Conflict avoidant. Likely to comply under pressure. Is that what I am to you? A set of weaknesses you can exploit. He flinched. She wanted him to hurt. That profile was from the beginning. Before I knew you. Before you decided I was more useful alive than destroyed. She laughed, the sound sharp and brittle. How generous. How fucking noble of you. Elena, listen to me. No. She moved toward the door, and he stepped into her path. Get out of my way. Not until you let me explain. There's nothing to explain. You lied. You're still lying. You probably have a dozen other files I haven't found yet. A dozen other ways you're planning to use me. I'm not using you. His voice rose, control slipping. I kept the files because I didn't know how to let go of 3 years of work. Because some part of me is still. He stopped. Ran a hand through his damp hair. I'm still angry, Elena. I'm still grieving. And yes, I kept the insurance because I didn't trust myself not to need it. The admission hung between them, raw and honest. Elena wanted to accept it, wanted to believe he was just a broken man trying to heal. But the evidence was scattered across his desk, annotated in his handwriting, updated 3 days ago. You bought me to punish them, she said quietly. You told me you stopped, but you didn't. You're still building your case. Still planning to destroy my father. And I'm just what? Collateral you're pretending to care about. No. He moved closer and she backed away. You're not collateral. Not anymore. Then what am I? The question detonated in the space between them. Damien stared at her, and she watched him struggle for an answer. Watched him try to find words for something he didn't understand himself. I don't know, he said finally. But you're not part of the revenge. You're separate. I can't be separate. My father's debts are the only reason I'm here. His creditors killed your sister. We're connected by blood and guilt, and you can't just... She gestured helplessly. You can't just decide I'm exempt from your revenge because you've started to like having me around. It's more than that. Is it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're keeping your options open. Playing both sides. Telling me you care while maintaining files that could destroy my family. Damien's expression hardened. Your family deserves to be destroyed. The words landed like a slap. Elena stepped back, the fury in her chest crystallizing into something colder. Clearer. There it is, she said. The truth. You still want revenge. You still think my father is guilty. He borrowed from murderers. He put you in danger. He gambled away everything your family built because he couldn't control himself. Damien's voice was flat, factual. Yes, I think he deserves consequences. He's sick. He's an addict. He made mistakes, but he didn't kill anyone. His mistakes got my sister killed. No. Elena's voice rose. The people who set that fire got your sister killed. The Kozlov network or whoever they are. Not my father. He's just another victim of the same system. He's complicit. So am I by your logic. I lived off his money. I worked at his gallery. I benefited from the same debts that got Isabel killed. She moved closer, forcing him to meet her eyes. So tell me, Damien. Am I guilty too? Do I deserve to be destroyed? He didn't answer. Couldn't answer. The silence stretched between them, heavy with implication. That's what I thought, Elena said quietly. You can't separate me from him. We're a package deal. So either you destroy both of us or you let it go. You don't get to keep me and punish him. That's not how this works. I'm not trying to punish you. But you're not trying to save him either. She grabbed the folder, thrust it at his chest. You're keeping your options open. Maintaining leverage. Building a case while telling me you've moved on. That's not protection, Damien. That's insurance. And I'm not going to be your insurance policy. He took the folder, his expression unreadable. What do you want me to do? I want you to delete them. All of it. Every file, every photograph, every annotated connection. I want you to choose. Me or revenge. You don't get both. Elena. No. She cut him off. I unlocked the door between our rooms because I thought you were being honest. I thought we were building something real. But you can't build anything on a foundation of lies and maintained leverage. So choose. Right now. Me or the files. The ultimatum hung in the air between them. Elena watched emotions flicker across Damien's face. Anger, frustration, something that might have been fear. He looked down at the folder in his hands, then back at her. If I delete these, he said slowly, I lose any chance of bringing the Kozlov network to justice. Any chance of making them pay for what they did to Isabel. I know. You're asking me to choose you over my sister's memory. I'm asking you to choose the living over the dead. Elena's voice softened. I'm sorry about Isabel. I'm sorry she died. But destroying my family won't bring her back. It'll just create more casualties. More collateral damage. More people like us, caught in the crossfire of other people's wars. Damien was silent for a long moment. Then slowly he moved to his desk, opened his laptop. His fingers hovered over the keyboard. Elena held her breath. He pulled up a folder, digital this time, encrypted. Files upon files, Years of investigation compressed into data. His finger moved to the delete key. I can't, he said quietly. I'm sorry, Elena. But I can't let them get away with what they did. I can't just forget. The words hit like a physical blow. Elena felt something crack inside her chest, something she'd been carefully protecting since the night she signed the contract. Then we're done, she said. Damien's head snapped up. What? You heard me. We're done. The contract, the marriage, all of it. I'm leaving. You can't leave. We have an agreement. An agreement you've violated repeatedly. She moved toward the door. You lied about stopping the investigation. You maintained files you promised to delete. You've been using me this entire time, and I'm done being used. He was in front of her before she could reach the door, blocking her path. If you leave, your father's creditors will come back. The protection only works if you're my wife. Then I guess my father will have to face the consequences of his choices. Just like I'm facing the consequences of mine. Elena, don't do this. Don't do what? Don't demand honesty. Don't expect you to keep your promises. She tried to move past him and he caught her arm. Not hard but firm. Let me go. No. Damien. No. His voice was rough, desperate. You can't leave. You can't. I need you to stay. Why? So you can keep using me as leverage. So you can maintain your revenge plot while pretending we're building something real. Because he stopped. Seemed to struggle with the words. Because I don't want you to go. That's not good enough. What do you want me to say? I want you to say you choose me. The words burst out of her, raw and furious. I want you to say I matter more than your revenge. That I'm worth more than 3 years of investigation and maintained insurance. I want you to prove that I'm not just another acquisition you're too proud to let go of. Damien stared at her, and she saw the war in his eyes. Grief versus desire. Revenge versus what? Love. He didn't love her. He couldn't love her. He'd bought her, manipulated her, lied to her. Whatever he felt, it wasn't love. I can't give you what you're asking for, he said finally. I can't just let it go. Isabel deserves justice. And I deserve honesty. But I guess we don't always get what we deserve. She pulled free of his grip and moved past him. This time he didn't stop her. She walked out of his office, down the hallway, toward her bedroom. Her hands were shaking. Her chest felt like it was caving in. Behind her, she heard him say her name. Quiet. Broken. She didn't turn around. Elena threw clothes into a suitcase without looking at them. Designer labels, expensive fabrics, things she'd never chosen for herself. She left most of it. Took only what she'd brought from Brooklyn. Her old jeans, her paint-stained shirts, the clay handprint her father had saved. Her phone buzzed. Damien, please don't do this. She turned off the phone. Another buzz. A text from an unknown number. Asterisk Mrs. Cross, this is Caroline Webb. Mr. Cross has asked me to remind you that leaving the penthouse violates the terms of your contract. Please reconsider. Asterisk. Elena laughed. Of course he'd sicked his lawyer on her. Of course he'd used the contract as leverage, even now. She typed back. Asterisk, tell Mr. Cross the contract is void. He violated it first by lying about the investigation. I'm done. Asterisk. She hit send before she could second-guess herself. The suitcase was full. Elena zipped it closed, grabbed her purse and moved toward the door. Looked back at the unlocked door between her room and Damien's. She should lock it. Should close that final barrier, make the separation complete. But her feet wouldn't move. Sound from the other side. A step. Then Damien's voice, muffled by the door. Elena, please. Let me explain. There's nothing to explain. There's everything to explain. I'm coming in. Don't. But he was already opening the door, already stepping into her room. He looked wrecked, hair disheveled from where he'd run his hands through it, eyes red-rimmed, shirt wrinkled. He looked at the suitcase, and something in his expression crumpled. "You're really leaving?" "Yes. Where will you go?" "That's not your concern anymore." He moved closer and she backed away. "Elena, I know I lied. I know I kept the files when I promised not to. But I'm trying. I'm trying to figure out how to let go of 3 years of grief and rage. And it's not as simple as just deleting files. I know it's not simple. But I can't be with someone who's keeping revenge as a backup plan. I can't build a life, even a temporary one, on that foundation." "Then help me." His voice cracked. "Help me figure out how to let it go. Don't just leave." The plea gutted her. Elena wanted to say yes, wanted to stay and help him heal, wanted to believe they could build something real out of the wreckage of his revenge plot. But she'd tried that. She'd unlocked the door, offered trust, started to hope. And he'd kept the files anyway. "I can't help you," she said quietly. "You have to choose this yourself. You have to decide that I'm worth more than revenge. And until you do..." She picked up her suitcase. "I can't stay." Damien moved to block the door. "If you leave, I can't protect you. Your father's creditors will. I'll take my chances. Elena, please." He was begging now, all pretense of control gone. "Don't do this. Don't leave me." The words hit like a confession. "Don't leave me. Not don't break the contract or don't violate our agreement. Just don't leave me." Elena's resolve wavered. She looked at him, really looked, and saw past the billionaire facade to the broken man underneath. The one who'd lost his sister and built walls so high he couldn't find his way out. The one who'd bought a wife because he didn't know how to ask for companionship. The one who was terrified of being left again. She understood that fear. Had lived with it since her mother walked out when she was 12. Had felt it every time her father chose gambling over her. Every time a gallery rejected her work. Every time she looked in the mirror and saw someone not quite worthy of being chosen. But understanding his fear didn't mean she had to sacrifice herself to fix it. "I'm sorry," she said. "But I have to go." She moved past him. This time he let her. She walked down the hallway, past the studio where she destroyed her painting, past the dining room where they'd eaten in silence, past the windows that showed Manhattan glittering below. The elevator doors opened. She stepped inside. "Elena." She looked up. Damien stood at the end of the hallway, silhouetted against the penthouse lights. He looked small somehow despite his height. "Lone. I deleted them," he said. "The files. All of them. Digital and physical. They're gone." Elena's breath caught. "What?" "You were right. I was keeping my options open. Maintaining leverage. But I don't want leverage. I want..." He stopped. Forced himself to continue. "I want you to stay. Not because of the contract. Not because I need protection or insurance or revenge. Just because I want you here." The admission hung in the air between them, raw and honest. Elena's hand hovered over the elevator button. She could press it. Could descend 68 floors and walk away from Damien Cross and his penthouse and his grief. Could go back to Brooklyn, to her father's brownstone, to a life that was small and safe and hers. Or she could stay. Could take the risk that he was telling the truth, that he'd really chosen her over revenge. Could step back into the penthouse and see if they could build something real out of the wreckage. "Prove it," she said. "What?" "Prove you deleted them. Show me." Damien pulled out his phone. Pulled up his encrypted folders. The investigation folder was gone. He showed her the trash. Empty. Then he moved back to his office, Elena following, and opened his desk drawers. The physical files were gone. The photographs. The annotated connections. All of it. "I burned them," he said quietly. "In the fireplace in my room. While you were packing. I didn't. I couldn't watch you leave knowing I'd chosen revenge over you." Elena stared at the empty drawers. At the evidence of his choice. He'd deleted 3 years of work. 3 years of investigation and grief and carefully constructed plans. He'd chosen her. The realization made her knees weak. "Why?" she asked. "Because you were right. Isabel wouldn't want this. Wouldn't want me to destroy innocent people in her name. She'd want. His voice roughened. She'd want me to live. To let someone in. To stop building walls and start building something real. And you think we can build something real? After everything? I don't know. He moved closer, and this time she didn't back away. But I want to try. If you'll let me. Elena looked at him. At the man who'd bought her, lied to her, manipulated her. The man who'd also protected her, housed her, given her a studio and freedom and the space to create. The man who'd just burned 3 years of revenge because she'd asked him to choose. It wasn't enough. Not really. Deleting files didn't erase the manipulation, didn't undo the lies. But it was a start. A step toward something that might eventually become real. I have conditions, she said. Anything. No more lies. Not even small ones. Not even by omission. If you're thinking something, feeling something, planning something, I need to know. Okay. No more investigating my family. No more building cases or maintaining leverage. My father's debts are paid. That's the end of it. Agreed. And no more locked doors. Not between our rooms, not in our lives. If we're doing this, if we're really trying to build something, then we do it honestly. Completely. No more walls. Damien was quiet for a moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. No more walls. Elena set down her suitcase. Looked at it, packed and ready, an escape route she'd almost taken. Then she looked at Damien, at the hope and fear warring in his expression. I'm not saying I forgive you, she said. I'm not saying I trust you. But I'm willing to try. To see if we can make this work. That's enough. He moved closer and she let him. That's more than enough. His hand came up, cupping her face with a gentleness that made her breath catch. His thumb traced her cheekbone, the gesture careful, questioning. She leaned into the touch, just slightly, and watched something shift in his eyes. I'm going to kiss you, he said quietly. If that's okay. It wasn't okay. It was too soon, too complicated. Too tangled up in contracts and manipulation and grief. But she found herself nodding anyway. Damien kissed her. Soft at first, tentative, like he was afraid she'd break. Or like he was afraid she'd pull away. Elena's hands came up to his chest, feeling his heart racing under her palms. The kiss deepened, became something more urgent, more real. She tasted desperation and relief, and the beginning of something that might, eventually, become love. When they broke apart, both breathing hard, Damien rested his forehead against hers. Stay, he said. Not a command. Plea. Elena thought about the suitcase. About Brooklyn. About all the ways this could still go wrong. Then she thought about the unlocked door, the deleted files, the choice he'd made. Okay, she whispered. I'll stay. The relief that flooded his expression was almost painful to witness. He pulled her closer, wrapping his arms around her, and she let herself lean into him. Let herself feel the warmth of his body, the steadiness of his heartbeat, the possibility that maybe they could survive this. They stood like that for a long time, holding each other in the wreckage of his office, surrounded by empty drawers and burned evidence, and the fragile hope that honesty might be enough. Outside, Manhattan glittered. Inside, 2 broken people tried to figure out how to be whole. It wasn't redemption. Not yet. But it was a beginning. And sometimes a beginning was enough. Later, after Elena had unpacked her suitcase and Damien had ordered dinner neither of them ate, they sat on the floor of her studio. The destroyed canvas still dominated the space, violent slashes cutting through hours of work. Why did you destroy it? Damien asked, gesturing to the painting. Elena considered the question. Because it was too honest. Too raw. I looked at it and saw everything I was feeling. The anger, the fear, the sense of being trapped, and I couldn't stand it. So I destroyed it. Do you regret it? No. She studied the ruined composition. Sometimes destruction is necessary. Sometimes you have to tear things down before you can build something new. Damien was quiet for a moment. Then, is that what we're doing? Tearing down and rebuilding. I don't know yet. Maybe. He reached for her hand. She let him take it, their fingers intertwining. The touch was simple, grounding. Real. I meant what I said, he told her. About wanting to try. About choosing you. I know. Do you believe me? Elena looked at their joined hands. At the empty drawers in his office. At the unlocked door between their rooms. I'm trying to. That's enough. They sat in silence, surrounded by paint and canvas and the evidence of Elena's cathartic destruction. Outside, the city hummed. Inside, two people who'd been strangers 3 weeks ago tried to figure out how to become something more. It wouldn't be easy. Trust, once broken, was hard to rebuild. And they were still tangled up in contracts and grief and the complicated reality of a marriage built on transaction. But the door between them was open. The files were deleted. The lies for now had stopped. It was a beginning. Fragile and uncertain and terrifying. But it was theirs. And that, Elena thought, might be enough. The door between us was open. Neither of us crossed the threshold, but the space had already begun to collapse. Chapter 5, The Shift. Manhattan, Elena's POV. The cemetery was smaller than Elena expected. She stood at the iron gate, November wind cutting through her coat, and watched Damien place white roses on a grave 30 yards away. He'd been there for 20 minutes, motionless except for the occasional shift of his shoulders. From this distance, she couldn't see his expression, but she could read the grief in his posture, the way he held himself rigid, like movement might shatter whatever control he'd managed to construct. He hadn't asked her to come. Had simply mentioned over coffee that morning that he visited Isabel's grave every month. The statement had been careful, neutral, an offering without expectation. Elena had asked if she could join him. The surprise on his face had been worth the cold. Now, watching him grieve, she wondered if she'd made a mistake. This was private, sacred. She was an intruder in his ritual, a witness to pain he'd spent years learning to carry alone. She was about to turn back to the car when Damien looked up. Caught her eye. After a moment's hesitation, he gestured for her to join him. Elena walked through the gate, past rows of headstones marking lives reduced to dates and epitaphs. The grass was brown, dormant for winter. Her boots crunched on the gravel path. Damien didn't move as she approached, but his hand found hers. The touch was automatic, grounding. He squeezed back. The headstone was simple gray marble. Asterisk Isabel Cross, 1992 to 2021. Beloved sister, artist, light. Asterisk. She would have liked you, Damien said quietly. Elena studied the dates. Isabel had been 29 when she died. Only 3 years older than Elena was now. An entire life compressed into a dash between numbers. Tell me about her, Elena said. Damien was silent for so long she thought he wouldn't answer. Then, she was kind. Genuinely kind. Not the performative kind people do for social credit. She saw the best in everyone, even when they didn't deserve it. His voice roughened. Especially when they didn't deserve it. Like you. Like me. He exhaled slowly. Our father is a hard man. Built his empire through ruthlessness. Expected his children to do the same. I adapted. Became what he wanted. But Isabel couldn't. She was too soft for that world. Soft isn't weakness. I know that now. I didn't then. He looked at the headstone. She wanted to be an artist. Painted watercolors. Delicate studies of light and shadow. Our father called it a hobby. Told her to focus on the family business, on being useful. So she did. Put away her brushes, learned corporate strategy, became the daughter he wanted. Elena heard the guilt underneath his words. That wasn't your fault. Wasn't it? I never defended her. Never told our father he was wrong. I just watched her diminish herself to fit his expectations. His hand tightened on Elena's. The night she died, she'd gone to that gallery opening alone. I was in London on business. She texted me a photo of a painting she loved, This abstract piece, all blues and golds. Said it made her want to paint again. His voice cracked. Elena moved closer, her shoulder pressing against his. I texted back that she should. That she should pick up her brushes, stop caring what our father thought. She sent back a heart emoji. That was the last message. He stopped. Breathe. 2 hours later, the gallery was on fire. She was trapped in the back room. The smoke. He couldn't finish. Elena wrapped her arm around his waist, holding him steady. I'm sorry. Everyone's sorry. Sorry doesn't bring her back. No. But it matters anyway. They stood in silence, the wind whipping dead leaves around their feet. Elena thought about her own losses. Her mother leaving, her father's slow dissolution, the gallery closing. None of it compared to this. None of it was a life cut short by violence. Why did you keep investigating, she asked. After you knew my father wasn't directly responsible. Damien looked at her. Because someone had to pay. Because the Kozlov network was still operating, still destroying people, and no one was stopping them. Because, he stopped. Because focusing on revenge was easier than accepting she was gone. The honesty was stark. Elena understood it. The way grief could calcify into purpose. How rage was simpler than sorrow. What would Isabel want you to do, she asked. Live. The word came out bitter. She'd want me to live. To paint, to love, to stop building walls and let people in. She told me that, actually. Last Christmas. Said I was becoming our father. That I'd wake up one day and realize I'd traded my humanity for an empire. Was she right? Yes. He turned to face Elena fully. Until you, I hadn't let anyone close in 3 years. I told myself it was protection. If I didn't care about anyone, I couldn't lose them. But it was just cowardice. Fear dressed up as strategy. Elena touched his face, her fingers cold against his jaw. You're letting me close now. I'm trying to. His hand covered hers. It's terrifying. I know. They stood like that, foreheads touching, breath misting in the cold air. Around them, the cemetery was silent except for wind in bare branches. The dead keeping their counsel. I brought something, Elena said. She pulled a small watercolor from her coat pocket, a study she'd painted last night, unable to sleep. Abstract blues and golds, light breaking through shadow. A deliberate echo of the painting Isabel had photographed that last night. Damien stared at it, something raw crossing his face. Elena. I thought, she faltered. I thought maybe we could leave it here. For her. So she knows someone's still painting. Still seeing beauty. His eyes were bright with unshed tears. He took the watercolor carefully like it was something precious. Knelt and propped it against the headstone, sheltered from wind by the flowers. When he stood, he pulled Elena into his arms. Held her tight enough that she felt his heart racing against her chest. She held him back, offering what comfort she could. Thank you, he whispered into her hair. They stayed until the sun began to set, painting the cemetery in shades of amber and shadow. Then, hand in hand, they walked back to the car. Cross Tower Penthouse. Damien's POV. Damien found Elena in the studio at midnight, surrounded by sketches. She'd been working since they returned from the cemetery, barely pausing for the dinner Mrs. Chan had left. Now her hands were smudged with charcoal, her hair escaping its knot, her expression intent. Can't sleep? He asked from the doorway. She looked up, startled. I didn't hear you. You were focused. He moved into the room, studying the sketches scattered across her workspace. And dozens of studies of hands, holding, reaching, releasing. The detail was exquisite. These are beautiful. They're practice. I'm trying to, she stopped. I'm trying to capture connection. The way people touch when they're trying to communicate something words can't. Damien picked up one sketch. 2 hands clasped, fingers intertwined, the pressure visible in the way knuckles pressed white. Like this. Like that. He set it down carefully. Is this about us? Elena hesitated, then nodded. I've been thinking about what you said. About Isabel wanting you to let people in. About how terrifying that is. She gestured to the sketches. Touch is the most basic form of connection. But it's also the most vulnerable. You're literally giving someone access to your body, trusting them not to hurt you. And you're wondering if I can do that. If I can be vulnerable. I'm wondering if either of us can. She met his gaze. We're both so good at walls, Damien. So practiced at protection. But walls keep people out and pain in. Eventually they suffocate you. He moved closer, stopping at the edge of her workspace. What are you proposing? Honesty. Real honesty, not just the absence of lies. I want to know what you're thinking, what you're feeling. I want to understand the man behind the billionaire facade. That man is messy. Damage. Not particularly pleasant. I know. I've met him. She smiled slightly. He's the one who paces at 3 a.m. Who watches security feeds because he's afraid to sleep. Who deleted 3 years of investigation because I asked him to choose. Damien's chest tightened. He saw him. Really saw him, past the control and the carefully maintained veneer. It was terrifying and necessary in equal measure. What do you want to know? He asked. Everything. But let's start small. She set down her charcoal. Why did you really marry me? Not the revenge plot, not the investigation. What did you think a wife would give you? The question was sharp, incisive. Damien considered lying, offering some sanitized version of the truth. But they'd agreed. No more walls. Proof, he said finally. Of what? That I could still feel something. After Isabel died, I went numb. Built the empire, closed deals, made billions. But I felt nothing. No joy, no satisfaction. Just emptiness. He moved to the window, staring out at the city. I thought maybe if I had someone in my space, someone I had to interact with daily, it would force me to feel again. Even if what I felt was anger or resentment, at least it would be something. That's incredibly sad. It's honest. Elena came to stand beside him. Did it work? Yes. He looked at her reflection in the glass. You make me feel everything. Anger, yes. But also curiosity, respect, desire. Things I'd convinced myself I didn't need. Desire, she repeated quietly. Yes. The admission hung between them, charged. Damien watched Elena's reflection, saw her pulse jump at her throat. They'd kissed once, after the fight about the files, a desperate collision of relief and need. But they hadn't spoken about it. Hadn't acknowledged the heat building between them. I want to try something, Elena said. An experiment in vulnerability. What kind of experiment? Tell me something true. Something you've never told anyone. And I'll do the same. Damien turned to face her. Why? Because we're married, but we're still strangers in most of the ways that matter. And if we're going to make this work, if we're going to build something real, we need to start knowing each other. The logic was sound. The prospect was terrifying. You first, he said. Elena nodded. Took a breath. When my mother left, I was 12. She didn't say goodbye. Just left a note on the kitchen table saying she couldn't do it anymore. Couldn't watch my father destroy himself. Couldn't be responsible for his choices. Her voice was steady, but Damien saw the pain underneath. I found the note. Read it before my father woke up. And my first thought wasn't sadness or anger. It was relief. Relief. Because I thought maybe with her gone he'd stop. Stop gambling, stop lying, stop choosing cards over his family. I thought her leaving would be the wake-up call he needed. She laughed bitterly. Instead, it made everything worse. He spiraled. And I spent the next 14 years trying to fix what she'd broken by leaving. Damien understood the guilt in her voice. The irrational belief that she should have been enough to save him. That wasn't your responsibility. I know that now. But 12-year-old me thought if I was just better, smarter, more helpful, he'd choose me. Choose sobriety. Choose life. She met his gaze. That's why I signed your contract. Not just because of the debts. Because some part of me is still that 12-year-old girl, trying to fix her father by sacrificing herself. The confession gutted him. Damien saw himself in her words. The child trying to earn love through compliance, through becoming what was needed rather than what was wanted. Your turn, Elena said. He looked at her, paint-stained and exhausted and heartbreakingly honest, and knew he owed her the same vulnerability. I was in London when Isabel died, he said. Closing a deal. A hostile takeover of a pharmaceutical company. I'd been working on it for 6 months. Due diligence, negotiations, legal maneuvering. It was going to be my biggest acquisition. I know. You said. I lied. The words came out harsh. I wasn't just in London on business. Isabel had asked me to come home that week. Said she needed to talk to me about something important. But I told her I couldn't. That the deal was too critical, that we'd talk when I got back. Elena's expression shifted. Damien. She died while I was in a conference room, arguing over stock options and severance packages. While I was choosing money over my sister. His voice cracked. The last thing she asked of me, and I said no. Because a fucking acquisition was more important than family. You didn't know. I should have known. Should have heard the urgency in her voice. Should have prioritized her over business. But I didn't. And she died thinking I chose money over her. Just like our father always did. The grief was a living thing in his chest, clawing and vicious. Damien had never said this out loud. Had barely let himself think it. But Elena had asked for honesty, and he was giving it to her. All of it. The guilt and self-loathing and crushing knowledge that he'd failed the one person who'd always believed in him. Elena took his hand. What did she want to talk about? I don't know. She never told me. I've spent 3 years wondering. Was it something about our father? About her art? About... He stopped. I'll never know. And that's my punishment. Living with the uncertainty, the what-ifs. That's not punishment. That's grief. It's both. She pulled him down to sit on the studio floor, their backs against the wall. Tell me something else. Something good about Isabel. Damien was quiet, sifting through memories. She laughed at terrible jokes. The worse the pun, the harder she'd laugh. Used to drive our father insane during business dinners. Someone would make some awful dad joke and she'd lose it. Full belly laugh, tears streaming. It was. He smiled despite himself. It was contagious. You couldn't help but laugh with her. She sounds wonderful. She was. He looked at Elena. You would have been friends. She would have loved your work. Would have spent hours in galleries with you, analyzing composition and technique. I wish I could have met her. So do I. They sat in comfortable silence, shoulders touching. Around them, Elena's sketches documented connection in all its forms. Tentative, fierce, desperate, gentle. Damien studied them, seeing his own story reflected in charcoal and paper. Can I ask you something? Elena said. Anything. When you watch the security feeds, when you can't sleep and you're pacing, what are you thinking about? The question was gentle but incisive. Damien considered deflecting, but they'd promised honesty. I'm thinking about all the ways this could go wrong. All the ways I could hurt you or you could leave, or the universe could take you away like it took Isabel. He exhaled slowly. I'm thinking about how much easier it was when I didn't care about anyone. When loss wasn't a possibility because connection wasn't either. Do you regret it? Letting me in? No. The answer was immediate, certain. I regret how it started. I regret the manipulation and the lies. But I don't regret you. Elena turned to face him. I need to tell you something. Okay. I'm starting to have feelings for you. Real ones, not just Stockholm Syndrome or contractual obligation. And it terrifies me. Her voice was steady, but he saw her hands shaking. Because in 2 years this ends. We annul the marriage, I take my settlement, and we go back to being strangers. And I don't know how to build something real with an expiration date. Damien's heart kicked. She felt it too, the shift from transaction to something more complicated. Something that didn't fit neatly into their contract's terms. What if we remove the expiration date, he asked. Elena stared at him. What? The contract specifies 2 years. But it doesn't specify what happens if both parties want to continue. He took her hand, threading their fingers together. What if we see where this goes? No timeline, no predetermined ending. Just us figuring it out. That's not how contracts work. Then we'll write a new one. Or better yet, we'll stop thinking of this as a contract and start thinking of it as a marriage. A real marriage. As real as we make it. Elena was quiet, processing. Damien watched emotions flicker across her face. Hope, fear, cautious possibility. He understood all of them. This was terrifying. Removing the safety net of a predetermined ending meant accepting that loss was possible. That he could care about her completely and still lose her. But the alternative, maintaining distance, counting down days until she left, was worse. I'm not saying I love you, Elena said carefully. I'm not even sure I like you most days. That's fair. But I'm willing to try. To see if we can build something without the contract as a crutch. That's all I'm asking. She leaned her head on his shoulder. This is insane. We barely know each other. We started as a transaction. We should not be having this conversation. And yet, she laughed softly. My therapist is going to have a field day with this. You have a therapist. I just started. After the fight about the files, I realized I needed someone objective to talk to. Someone who isn't implicated in this mess. Damien felt a surge of respect. That's smart. It's survival. I can't navigate this alone. They sat in silence, Elena's weight warm against his side. Outside, the city glittered. Inside, 2 people who'd started as strangers tried to figure out how to become partners. Tell me something else, Damien said. Something I don't know. Elena thought for a moment. I'm afraid of success. More afraid of it than failure, actually. Why? Because failure is familiar. I know how to handle rejection, how to pick myself up and keep going. But success means people expect things from you. Means you have something to lose. He paused. When you offered to use your name to open doors, I wanted to say yes so badly. But I was terrified that if I succeeded because of your connections, it would prove I was never good enough on my own. That's not how it works. Success is always a combination of talent and opportunity. You have the talent. I'm offering opportunity. That doesn't diminish your work. Logically, I know that. But there's this voice in my head, my mother's voice actually, that says I'm not enough. That I need to earn love, earn respect, earn the right to exist in spaces I haven't been invited to. Damien pulled her closer. Your mother was wrong. Was she? I'm here because my father's debts made me useful. Because you needed a wife and I needed protection. That's not exactly being chosen for myself. No. But I'm choosing you now. Not because you're useful. Because you're. He searched for words. Because you make me want to be better than I am. Because you see past the money and the power to the broken man underneath. And you haven't run screaming. Yet. Elena amended. I haven't run yet. Yet, he agreed. She tilted her head up, and their faces were inches apart. Damien could feel her breath, could see the flecks of gold in her dark eyes. The air between them was charged, heavy with possibility. I'm going to kiss you, he said. If that's okay. It's okay. This kiss was different from the first. Less desperate, more deliberate. Elena's hands came up to his jaw, her touch gentle. He cupped the back of her neck, angling her head to deepen the kiss. She tasted like coffee and possibility, and Damien felt something in his chest crack open. Some carefully guarded space he'd kept locked since Isabel died. When they broke apart, both breathing hard, Elena's eyes were bright. That was. Yeah. We should probably talk about what this means. Set boundaries, establish expectations. Or, Damien interrupted, we could stop overthinking and just be. See what happens without scripting every moment. Elena looked at him for a long moment. Then slowly she nodded. Okay. We'll improvise. Terrifying thought. Completely. She stood, pulling him up with her. It's late. We should sleep. We should. But neither of them moved. They stood in the studio, hands linked, the space between them charged with unspoken possibility. Elena, Damien said quietly. Yeah, thank you. For coming to the cemetery. For the painting. For all of it. You don't have to thank me. I do. You didn't have to care about Isabel. Didn't have to try to understand my grief. But you did. That matters. Elena squeezed his hand. She was important to you. That makes her important to me. The simple statement undid him. Damien pulled her close, resting his chin on top of her head. She fit against him perfectly, like she'd been designed to fill the spaces he'd spent years keeping empty. Stay with me tonight, he said. Not for anything physical. I don't want to be alone. Elena pulled back enough to meet his eyes. Your room or mine? Yours. It feels safer somehow. She smiled. Because it's my space. Because it's where you paint. Where you're most yourself. I want to be around that. They walked to her bedroom, the unlocked door between their rooms standing open. Elena changed in the bathroom, emerging in sleep shorts and one of his stolen shirts. Damien stripped to his boxers and t-shirt, hyper-aware of the intimacy of the moment. They'd shared a penthouse for weeks, but this was different. This was choice, not contract. Elena climbed into bed, pulling back the covers. Damien slid in beside her, maintaining careful distance. The bed was huge, but somehow they ended up in the center, gravitating toward each other. This is weird, Elena said. Very weird. But also nice. Yeah, nice. She turned on her side, facing him. Damien mirrored her position. In the dim light from the windows, he could see the paint still smudged on her cheek, the exhaustion carved into her face. Tell me something else, she said. Something true. I'm afraid I'm going to fuck this up. That I'm going to revert to type. Controlling, manipulative, using people as chess pieces. That you'll wake up one day and realize you're married to my father. You're not your father. How do you know? Because your father wouldn't have deleted the files. Wouldn't have chosen me over revenge. Wouldn't be lying in my bed, scared and honest and human. She reached out, her fingers brushing his jaw. You're not him, Damien. You're just you. Is that enough? I don't know yet. But I'm willing to find out. He caught her hand, pressed a kiss to her palm. Your turn. Tell me something true. Elena was quiet for a moment. I'm falling for you. Not the billionaire, not the penthouse, not the protection. The man who paces at 3 a.m. and visits his sister's grave and watches security feeds because he's afraid to lose someone else. Her voice dropped to a whisper. And it scares the hell out of me. Damien's breath caught. He wanted to say it back. Wanted to tell her he was falling too, that she'd become essential in ways he didn't fully understand. But the words stuck in his throat, tangled up with fear and the ghost of his sister's voice telling him to live. Instead, he pulled her close. She came willingly, tucking her head under his chin, her hand resting over his heart. He wrapped his arms around her and held on. We'll figure it out, he said into her hair. Together. Promise. Promise. They lay like that, wrapped around each other, until Elena's breathing evened out and she drifted into sleep. Damien stayed awake, watching the city lights paint patterns on the ceiling, feeling the weight of her in his arms. For the first time in 3 years, he didn't feel empty, didn't feel numb. He felt terrified and hopeful and desperately, dangerously alive. It wasn't redemption. Not yet. But it was something. Shift. Beginning. And maybe, just maybe, it was enough. Brooklyn Heights, 1 week later. Elena stood outside her father's brownstone, Damien's hand warm in hers. You don't have to come in, she said. This might be uncomfortable. I know. But you asked me to. So I'm here. She'd asked him last night over dinner. Asked if he'd come with her to see her father, to start the complicated process of rebuilding that relationship. Damien had agreed without hesitation, and the gesture had meant more than she could articulate. Elena climbed the steps, her key still fitting the lock. Inside, the brownstone smelled like coffee and old books. Her father appeared from the kitchen, thinner than she remembered, but his eyes were clear. Sober. Lena. He stopped when he saw Damien. Mr. Cross. Thomas. Damien's voice was carefully neutral. The two men stared at each other. The father who'd gambled away his daughter's future, and the billionaire who'd bought her to settle the debt. The air was thick with unspoken accusations. Dad, Elena said, breaking the tension. Can we sit? We need to talk. They settled in the living room, Elena and Damien on the sofa, her father in his worn armchair. The same chair where he'd told her about the debts, where their life had fractured into before and after. I'm sorry, her father said immediately. For all of it. For the gambling, the debts, for. He looked at Damien. For putting you in a position where you had to marry to save me. I know you are, Elena said. But sorry isn't enough. Not this time. He flinched. What do you want from me? Honesty. Sobriety. Therapy. She took a breath. I want you to get help. Real help, not just promises. And I want you to understand that I can't fix you. I can't save you from yourself. That's your job. Thomas's eyes filled. I'm trying, Lena. I've been going to meetings, working with a sponsor. I got a job. Nothing fancy, just bookkeeping for a nonprofit. But it's honest work. That's good. That's a start. She squeezed Damien's hand for courage. But I need you to understand something. I'm not coming back to Brooklyn. I'm not going to be the person who manages your recovery. I'm building my own life now. With him. Her father's gaze shifted to Damien, something complicated in his expression. With him. For now. Maybe longer. I don't know yet. Elena's voice was steady. But that's my choice. Not yours, not his. Mine. Damien spoke for the first time. I owe you an apology too. Both Elena and her father stared at him. I investigated you, Damien continued. Built a case connecting your creditors to my sister's death. I was planning to use that information to destroy the network, and you would have been collateral damage. I'm not proud of that. Thomas was very still. But you didn't. No, because Elena asked me to choose. And I chose her. The admission hung in the air. Elena felt her father processing it, saw the moment he understood what Damien was really saying. I love your daughter more than I love revenge. Thank you, Thomas said quietly. For that. And for protecting her. Even if the circumstances were complicated. They were. They are. Damien's hand tightened on Elena's. But we're figuring it out. They talked for another hour. Careful, honest conversations about recovery and boundaries and the slow work of rebuilding trust. Thomas showed them his meeting schedule, his sponsor's number, the journal his therapist had him keeping. Elena saw the effort he was making, the genuine desire to change. It wasn't enough to erase the past, but it was something. As they left, Thomas caught Elena's arm. Are you happy? With him, with this life? Elena considered the question. Was she happy? The word felt too simple for what she felt, the complicated tangle of fear and hope and growing affection that defined her marriage. I'm getting there, she said finally. I'm figuring out what happy means for me. Not for you, not for anyone else. Just me. He hugged her, brief, careful. That's all I want for you, Lena. Your happiness. In the car, driving back to Manhattan, Damien was quiet. Elena watched the city scroll past, processing the visit. That was hard, she said. It was necessary. He's really trying. I can see it. I know. But trying isn't the same as succeeding. You were right to set boundaries. Elena looked at him. Thank you for coming. For being honest with him. You didn't have to do that. Yes, I did. If we're building something real, that means being honest with everyone. Including your father. She leaned across the console, kissed his cheek. I'm proud of you. For what? For choosing the hard thing. The honest thing. For becoming someone Isabel would be proud of. Damien's hands tightened on the steering wheel. I'm trying. I know. And it shows. That night they made love for the first time. It wasn't planned. They'd been watching a movie in Elena's room, curled up together on her bed. Then Damien had kissed her, and the kiss had deepened, and suddenly they were pulling at clothes with desperate hands. Wait, Elena gasped. Are you sure? Are you? She looked at him, hair disheveled, eyes dark with want, every wall demolished. Yes. Then I'm sure. It was tender and awkward and perfect. Damien moved slowly, checking in with every touch, every shift. Elena felt cherished, seen, chosen. When they finished, both breathing hard, he pulled her close and held her like she was something precious. That was. Elena started. Yeah. We should probably talk about what this means. Or, Damien interrupted, we could just enjoy it. Stop overthinking. She laughed. When did you become the spontaneous one? When I married a woman who makes me want to be less controlled. Elena propped herself up on one elbow, studying his face. I'm falling in love with you. Think. I'm not sure what love feels like, but if it's this wanting to know everything about you, this need to make you smile, this fear of losing you, then yeah. I'm falling. Damien's breath caught. His hand came up to cup her face, thumb tracing her cheekbone. I'm falling too. Have been, probably since you destroyed that painting and I saw how fierce you are. How unafraid to feel everything. I'm terrified. So am I. But I'm willing to be terrified if it means having this. Having you. Elena kissed him slow and deep. No more walls. No more walls. They made love again, slower this time. Learning each other's bodies, each other's rhythms. When they finally slept, tangled together in sheets that smelled like sex and possibility, Elena felt something she hadn't felt in years. Frozen. It wasn't perfect. They still had issues to work through, trust to rebuild, futures to negotiate. But they had time. They had honesty. They had each other. And that, she thought as she drifted into sleep, might be everything. He chose me over his vengeance, but he didn't know I'd already chosen him over my freedom. Chapter 6. The Reckoning. Cross Tower, Damien's POV. The photograph arrived at 6 a.m., slipped under his office door like a threat. Damien found it when he went to make coffee, Elena still asleep in her room. Their room really, since the door between them stayed open now. He picked up the envelope, unmarked and expensive, and knew before opening it that this was trouble. Inside, a photograph of his father, alive, gray-haired and gaunt, wearing an orange jumpsuit, sitting in what looked like a prison visiting room. The timestamp was 3 days old. His father, who'd been dead for 5 years, whose funeral Damien had arranged, whose estate he'd settled, whose ghost he'd finally started to release. Except he wasn't dead. Damien's hand shook. He turned the photograph over. A single line typed, "Call me. We need to talk. MH. Marcus Hale." Coffee maker beeped. Damien ignored it, his mind racing through implications. His father was alive, in prison. And Marcus fucking Hale had known, had kept this information as leverage, had waited until Damien was vulnerable, until he had something to lose. His phone rang. Unknown number. He answered. "Good morning, Damien." Marcus's voice was smooth, satisfied. "I trust you received my gift. Where is he?" "Your father. Private facility overseas. Very discreet. He's been there since his supposed death. Embezzlement charges, fraud, the usual. Your mother arranged it all. Faked his death rather than let the scandal touch the Cross name. Damien's mother. Dead for real 2 years now. She'd taken the secret to her grave. What do you want?" Damien's voice was flat. A conversation. In person. Today. Come alone. And if I refuse, then this photograph goes public, along with evidence that you knew about your father's crimes, that you helped hide him. The SEC would be very interested. So would your shareholders. Marcus paused. And your wife. How would Elena feel, knowing you've been lying about your family this whole time? The threat landed like a blade. Damien thought of Elena, asleep and trusting, believing they'd moved past the lies. This would destroy that trust. Destroy them. Where? He asked. Marcus gave him an address. A warehouse in Red Hook. Course. The same neighborhood where Isabel had died. 1 hour. And Damien. End the marriage. Transfer the assets I've requested. Or everyone learns the truth about the Cross family legacy. The line went dead. Damien stood in his office, photograph in hand, and felt his carefully reconstructed world cracking. He could tell Elena. Could wake her, show her the evidence, ask for help. They'd promised honesty. No more walls. But this was different. This was his father. A man Damien had mourned, whose death had freed him to become something other than the heir to a corrupt empire. If his father was alive, if the past 5 years had been built on a lie his mother had constructed, it would destroy everything. His reputation, his company, the life he'd built from the ashes of his family's dysfunction. And Elena would be caught in the blast radius. Again, he looked at the photograph. His father stared back, older but unmistakably alive. The man who'd driven Isabel to diminish herself. Who'd taught Damien that people were assets to be leveraged. Who'd built an empire on ruthlessness and called it success. The man Damien had spent 5 years trying not to become. He made a decision. The wrong one, probably. But the only one that felt like protection. He'd go alone. Face Marcus. Handle this himself. Keep Elena out of it. Just this once. Just until he knew what he was dealing with. He was lying to himself. He knew it even as he pocketed the photograph and grabbed his keys. Knew that just this once was how walls got rebuilt. How trust got shattered. How he'd become his father after all. But the alternative, dragging Elena into this mess, watching her face when she learned he'd been living a lie, was worse. Or so he told himself. The warehouse was exactly what he'd expected. Abandoned, isolated, the kind of place where bad things happened without witnesses. Damien parked his car and checked his phone. Text from Elena. Good morning. Where are you? He typed back, early meeting. Home by lunch. The ex was new. A small intimacy they'd started after that first night together. Felt like a betrayal now. Inside, the warehouse was cavernous and cold. Marcus waited in the center, flanked by 2 men Damien didn't recognize. Security, probably. Or witnesses. Damien. Thank you for coming. Cut the pleasantries. What do you want? Marcus smiled. Always so direct. That's what I've always admired about you. He pulled out a tablet, brought up documents. Your father embezzled $40 million from Cross Industries before your mother helped him disappear. The money went to offshore accounts, shell companies. Very sophisticated. But traceable if one knows where to look. You're blackmailing me. I'm offering you a choice. Dissolve your marriage to Elena Morgan. Transfer controlling interest in Cross Technologies, that's the subsidiary I've been after, to a company I'll designate. And I'll keep your father's location, and your family's crimes private. And if I refuse, then I go public. The SEC investigates. Your company's stock crashes. Your wife learns that you've been lying about your father's death since before you met her. Your carefully constructed empire crumbles. Marcus leaned forward. And Elena. She becomes tabloid fodder. The woman who married into a criminal family. Her art career, the one you've been so carefully cultivating, dies before it begins. The threat was precise, surgical. Marcus had found the exact pressure point. Elena's vulnerability, her dreams, her trust in Damien. Why? Damien asked. Why go to all this trouble? Because you humiliated me. turned down my offers, outbid me on acquisitions, made me look weak in front of people who matter. Marcus's expression hardened. And because I can. Because watching you lose everything you've built, especially that wife you've clearly fallen for, will be immensely satisfying. Damien's hands curled into fists. He wanted to hit Marcus. Wanted to destroy him the way Marcus was threatening to destroy everything Damien cared about. But violence wouldn't solve this. Marcus had evidence, leverage, a plan. Damien had what? A marriage built on a contract. A wife who'd only just started to trust him. I need time, Damien said. You have 24 hours. Tomorrow 6 p.m. I want your answer. Dissolve the marriage and transfer the assets, or I release everything. Marcus gestured to his security. Show him out. Damien drove back to Manhattan in a fog. His phone rang repeatedly. Elena, Mrs. Chen, his assistant. He ignored them all. His father was alive. His mother had lied. His entire adult life had been built on a foundation of deception. And now he had to choose. His wife or his empire. Elena or everything he'd built. Well, not or. Marcus was forcing him to choose between Elena's safety and his company. If Damien refused, if he kept the marriage and the assets, Marcus would destroy both of them publicly. Elena would be dragged through investigations, tabloid coverage, the complete dismantling of her privacy. But if he dissolved the marriage, if he sent her away, she'd be safe, free, able to build her life without the stain of the Cross family scandal. She'd also hate him. Would think he'd chosen his company over her. Would believe every fear she'd ever had about being a transaction was true. Damien pulled over on the Brooklyn Bridge, unable to drive through the decision. He stared at the East River, at the city skyline, at the life he'd built from grief and rage and the desperate need to be something other than his father. He'd failed. He was exactly like his father, lying, manipulating, sacrificing the people he loved to protect his empire. His phone rang again. Elena. He answered this time. Damien. Where are you? I've been worried. Her voice was warm, concerned, trusting. It broke something in his chest. I'm on my way home, he said. We need to talk. Okay. Is everything all right? Well, nothing was all right. Everything was falling apart. I'll explain when I get there, he said. He hung up before she could ask more questions. Cross Tower penthouse, Elena's POV. Elena knew something was wrong the moment Damien walked through the door. He looked destroyed. That was the only word for it. His hair was disheveled, his tie loose. His expression carefully blank in the way that meant he was barely holding himself together. What happened? She asked, setting down her coffee. Sit down. The words were gentle, but they felt like a command. Elena sat on the sofa, her stomach clenching. You're scaring me. Damien remained standing, maintaining distance. That scared her more than anything. I received something this morning, he said. Information. About my family. He stopped. Pulled out a photograph, handed it to her. Elena looked at it. An older man in a prison jumpsuit. She didn't recognize him. That's my father, Damien said. He's alive. The words didn't make sense. But you said he died 5 years ago. I thought he did. My mother told me he'd had a heart attack, that she'd arranged a private funeral. I never questioned it. His voice was flat, emotionless. Turns out she lied. He's been in a private prison overseas. Embezzlement, fraud. She faked his death to protect the family name. Elena stared at the photograph, then at Damien. How did you find out? Marcus Hale. He's been investigating my family. He has evidence of my father's crimes, proof that my mother helped him disappear. And he's threatening to go public unless I... He stopped. Unless you what? Damien finally met her eyes. Unless I dissolve our marriage and transfer assets to him. The words hit like a physical blow. Elena set down the photograph with shaking hands. He's blackmailing you. Yes. And you're what? considering it. I'm trying to protect you. By ending our marriage. Her voice rose. By sending me away like I'm disposable. No. By keeping you out of the scandal. If I refuse, Marcus goes public. The SEC investigates. The tabloids descend. You get dragged through all of it. Interrogations, media coverage, your name linked to a criminal family. Your art career, everything we've been building, it dies. Elena stood, fury igniting in her chest. So your solution is to divorce me. To make the decision without even asking what I want. What you want doesn't matter if it destroys you. That's not your choice to make. She moved closer, forcing him to look at her. We promised. No more walls, no more lies, no more making decisions for me. And here you are, planning to send me away to protect me. Just like before. Just like the files. This is different. How? How is this different from you keeping secrets and calling it protection? Damien's control cracked. Because this time the threat is real. Marcus has evidence that could destroy both of us. And if I keep you here, if I refuse to end the marriage, you become a target. I won't do that to you. You don't get to decide what I can handle. I'm trying to save you from what? From being connected to you. From standing by you when things get hard. Elena's voice broke. I thought we were past this. I thought you understood that I'm not some fragile thing that needs to be protected from reality. You don't understand what this will be like. The investigations, the media, Then explain it to me. Show me the evidence, tell me what Marcus wants, let me help you figure this out. But don't. She stopped, tears spilling over. Don't just decide to throw away what we've built because you're scared. I'm not scared. I'm being practical. You're being a coward. The accusation hung in the air. Damien flinched like she'd slapped him. A coward, he repeated. Yes. You're so afraid of losing me that you're pushing me away first. You're so terrified of being your father that you're becoming him, making unilateral decisions, treating me like an asset to be protected rather than a partner. Her voice was steady now, cold. I thought you'd changed. I thought we'd built something real. But you're still the man who bought me. Still the man who thinks he knows what's best for everyone. That's not fair. Isn't it? You're standing here, telling me you're going to end our marriage for my own good. You haven't asked what I think. Haven't considered that maybe I want to fight this with you. You've just decided. Damien was silent. Elena watched him struggle, saw the war in his expression. Fear versus trust. Control versus partnership. I can't lose you, he said finally, voice breaking. I can't watch Marcus destroy you because of my family's crimes. I'd rather lose you on my terms than watch him tear you apart. That's not love, Damien. That's control. It's protection. It's the same thing my father did. Making choices for me, deciding what I could handle, treating me like I was too fragile to face reality. She moved closer, forcing him to meet her eyes. I'm not fragile. I'm not a child. I'm your wife. And I deserve to be part of this decision. Even if it destroys you. Even then. 'Cause it's my life. My choice. My risk to take. They stared at each other, the space between them charged with everything unsaid. Elena saw the moment Damien's walls started to rebuild. Saw him retreating into the cold, controlled man who'd first offered her a contract. I'm going to send you away, he said quietly. I'm going to tell Marcus I agreed to his terms. You'll get your settlement, your freedom. You'll be safe. And what about us? There is no us. There never really was. Just a contract that got complicated. The words were designed to hurt. To push her away. Elena understood the tactic. She'd used it herself, building walls to protect against pain. But understanding didn't make it hurt less. You're lying, she said. You love me. I know you do. This is just fear. You're afraid, so you're destroying us before Marcus can. Believe what you want. Damien, pack your things. I'll have Mrs. Chen arrange transport back to Brooklyn. The settlement will be transferred to your account by end of business today. He turned to leave. Elena grabbed his arm. Don't do this. Please. Let me help you. Let me stand with you. For a moment she thought he'd relent. Saw something crack in his expression. Some glimpse of the man who'd held her last night and whispered promises into her hair. Then his face went blank. This is what's best. For both of us. He pulled free and walked away. Elena stood in the center of the penthouse. Their home, and felt everything they'd built crumble. She should pack. Should follow his instructions, take the settlement, walk away from the wreckage. But fury was a clearer emotion than grief, and Elena let it fuel her. She pulled out her phone. Called the one person who might have answers. Caroline Webb. This is Elena Cross. I need to know everything about Marcus Hale's blackmail. Now. Mrs. Cross, I'm not sure. I'm not asking. My husband is about to make a catastrophic decision, and I need information to stop him. So either you tell me what Marcus has on the Cross family, or I'll find out myself and sue you for withholding information from a client. You're not my client. Damien is. I'm his wife. That makes me your client too. Now talk. Another pause. Then, meet me at my office. 1 hour. Come alone. Caroline's office was all glass and steel, the kind of space designed to intimidate. Elena refused to be intimidated. Caroline handed her a file. This is everything Marcus sent us this morning. Your husband asked me not to share it with you. My husband is an idiot. Frequently. Caroline almost smiled. Read. Then we'll talk. Elena read. The evidence was damning. Bank transfers, forged documents, testimony from her father-in-law's former associates. It painted a picture of systematic embezzlement, fraud that had gone on for years. Damien's mother had known, had helped orchestrate the fake death, had protected the family name at all costs. But nowhere in the evidence was there proof that Damien had known. No indication he'd been complicit. This doesn't implicate Damien, Elena said. No. But Marcus is threatening to claim it does. To suggest Damien helped hide his father, that he's been complicit all along. It's a lie, but it would be enough to trigger an investigation. And investigations destroy reputations, even when they don't result in charges. So Marcus is betting that Damien would rather divorce me and hand over assets than risk my reputation. Essentially. Elena thought fast. What if we go public first? Release the evidence ourselves, show that Damien's mother acted alone, that Damien was a victim of her deception. That's risky. The tabloids would still have a field day. Your privacy would be destroyed. But Damien would keep his company. And his integrity. Elena met Caroline's gaze. I can handle tabloids. I can't handle him throwing away our marriage to protect me from a fight I'm willing to have. Caroline studied her. You love him. Yes, even though he's an idiot. Even though he's trying to push me away. Elena's voice steadied. He chose me over revenge. Now I'm choosing him over safety. That's what marriage means. That's not what your contract says. Fuck the contract. I'm talking about the real marriage. The one we've been building. He stood. Help me. Help me figure out how to stop Marcus without destroying Damien in the process. Caroline was quiet for a long moment. Then she picked up her phone. I'm calling in some favors. But Elena, if we do this, there's no going back. Your life becomes public. Everything about you, your father, your marriage. It all becomes fodder for the press. I know. And Damien might not forgive you for going against his wishes. I know that too. Elena's hands were shaking, but her voice was steady. But I'd rather fight with him than live safely without him. So let's fight. Caroline smiled. All right. Let's take down Marcus Hale. Cross Tower evening. Damien sat in his office, staring at the annulment papers Caroline had prepared. All he had to do was sign. End the marriage, transfer the assets, send Elena away. Protect her from the fallout of his family's sins. His phone buzzed. A news alert. Cross Industries heir releases statement on father's embezzlement. His blood went cold. He clicked the link. The statement was from Elena, his wife, explaining that Damien's father had embezzled funds, that his mother had helped him disappear, that Damien himself had been unaware until today. The statement included evidence, testimony, a timeline that made it clear Damien was a victim of his parents' deception. It also included a personal message. My husband is the most honest man I know. His parents' crimes are not his burden to carry. I stand with him completely and without reservation. Elena Cross. Damien's hand shook. She'd gone public. Had exposed herself to exactly the kind of scrutiny he'd been trying to protect her from. Had claimed him, defended him, stood with him. She'd chosen him, even knowing what it would cost. His phone rang. Marcus. You stupid bastard, Marcus snarled. Your wife just destroyed my leverage. She's not my wife anymore. The annulment is worthless now. She went public. Claimed you. The narrative is set. You're the victim, I'm the villain trying to exploit a family tragedy. Marcus's voice was venomous. You win this round, Cross. But it's not over. The line went dead. Damien sat in stunned silence. Then he was moving, running through the penthouse, looking for Elena. She wasn't in her studio. Wasn't in her bedroom. Mrs. Chen appeared. She left an hour ago, Mr. Cross. Said she'd be at the Brooklyn Gallery. Course. Her father's old gallery. The place where this had all started. Damien grabbed his keys and ran. Brooklyn Heights, Elena's POV. Elena stood outside the gallery. Morgan Fine Arts, the sign still hanging despite new ownership. She'd come here to think, to remember who she'd been before contracts and penthouses and billionaires who bought wives. She'd been terrified then. Desperate. Willing to sell herself to save her father. Now she was terrified for different reasons. She just made herself a public target. Had claimed Damien in front of the world. Had bet everything on the hope that he'd choose her back. Elena. He turned. Damien stood on the sidewalk, breathing hard like he'd run from the car. His hair was disheveled. His expression wrecked. You went public, he said. Yes. I told you to leave. To take the settlement and go. I know. You could have been safe. Could have walked away from all of this. I could have. Elena moved closer. But I didn't want to. Because you're an idiot, Damien Cross. And someone needs to save you from yourself. I was trying to protect you. I know. But I don't need protection. I need a partner. Someone who trusts me to make my own choices, even when they're dangerous. She took his hands. You chose me over revenge. I'm choosing you over safety. That's what marriage means. Real marriage, not the contract kind. Damien stared at her, and she watched his walls crumble. Watched the careful control shatter. Then he was pulling her close, holding her like she was the only solid thing in a collapsing world. I'm sorry, he whispered into her hair. I'm so sorry. I thought if I pushed you away you'd be safe. I didn't think you'd choose you anyway. Elena pulled back enough to see his face. I love you, you idiot. I'm not going anywhere. Even though I tried to divorce you. Even though we're going to therapy. Lots of therapy. Because your martyr complex is exhausting. He laughed, the sound broken and relieved. I love you too. God, Elena, I love you so much it terrifies me. Good. Terror means you care. She kissed him soft and sure. Now take me home. We have a scandal to weather together. Together, he repeated. Like a vow. They drove back to Manhattan hand in hand, the city glittering around them. The press would be brutal. The investigations would be invasive. The next few months would test everything they'd built. But they'd face it together. No more walls. No more secrets. No more choosing safety over truth. Just two people who'd found each other in the wreckage and decided to build something real. It wasn't the ending Elena had imagined when she'd signed that contract. It was better. Safe. Carrier. More honest. More human. And that, she thought as Damien squeezed her hand and smiled at her like she'd hung the moon, was everything. I'd spent my life building walls. She was the first person I wanted to let in, so I locked the gate and threw away the key. But she'd found a sledgehammer. And together we'd torn down every barrier between us. The door was open. We'd both crossed the threshold. And we were finally, terrifyingly, beautifully home. Chapter 7: The Siege. Brooklyn Heights, Elena's POV. The brownstone smelled like failure and instant coffee. Elena stood in her father's kitchen, her childhood kitchen, and tried to remember why she'd thought coming back here was a good idea. 3 days since she'd gone public with Damien's family scandal. 3 days of her phone ringing constantly, reporters camped outside Cross Tower. Her name trending on social media alongside words like gold digger and opportunist and complicit. 3 days of Damien retreating into himself, becoming the cold, controlled man she'd first met. Not pushing her away this time, but not letting her in either. Just existing beside her like a ghost in his own life. So she'd come to Brooklyn. To think. To breathe. To figure out how to fight a battle Damien seemed determined to lose. Her father appeared in the doorway, 2 mugs in hand. You look like you need it. I need a time machine. Or a lobotomy. Elena took the mug anyway. The tea was too strong the way her father always made it. Comforting in its familiarity. Thomas sat across from her at the scarred kitchen table. The press is brutal. That's an understatement. Elena pulled up her phone, showed him the latest headline. Cross bride, victim or accomplice. They're trying to decide if I'm complicit in the embezzlement or just stupid for marrying into a criminal family. You're neither. Tell that to the internet. She set down her phone. I knew it would be bad. I just didn't realize how personal it would feel. They're digging into everything. My college years, my failed gallery submissions, your debts. Nothing is private anymore. I'm sorry. Her father's voice was heavy with guilt. This is my fault. If I hadn't gambled, if I hadn't put you in a position where you needed Damien's protection. Dad. Stop. Elena cut him off. Your debts are what brought us together, but they're not why I'm fighting for him now. I'm fighting because I love him. Because he's worth it. Because... She stopped, emotion clogging her throat. Because he'd do the same for me. He has done the same for me. Thomas studied her face. You really love him. Yes. Even though he tried to divorce you. Especially because of that. He was trying to protect me in his own idiotic way. He doesn't understand that protection and partnership aren't the same thing. Elena sipped her tea. But he's learning. We both are. Her father was quiet for a moment. Then, what can I do to help? The question surprised her. 4 years she'd been the one helping him, managing his debts, covering his mistakes, sacrificing her own dreams to keep him afloat. The reversal felt strange. Right, but strange. I need information, Elena said. About the Kozlov network. About the men you borrowed from. I know Damien investigated them, but he deleted all his files. If I'm going to help him fight Marcus Hale, I need to understand what we're really up against. Thomas's expression darkened. Elena, those men are dangerous. You shouldn't. I'm already in this. Marcus made sure of that when he threatened to destroy us publicly. So either I fight blind, or you help me understand what I'm fighting against. He stared at her for a long moment. Then slowly he nodded. All right. But you need to understand, these aren't businessmen who happen to loan money. They're criminals. The Kozlov network runs everything from money laundering to extortion. The gallery fire that killed Damien's sister, that was a message. They don't negotiate. They eliminate problems. And you borrowed from them. I didn't know what they were. Not at first. By the time I realized. He stopped. By the time I realized I was in too deep. They own me. And they would have owned you too, if Damien hadn't intervened. Elena processed this. So Damien saved me from them. He did. Whatever else you think about your marriage, that part is real. He put himself between you and some very bad people. The knowledge settled in her chest, heavy and clarifying. Damien had protected her, was still protecting her, even as his own world crumbled. But he was trying to do it alone, trying to carry the weight of his family's sins without letting her help. That ended now. I need names, Elena said. Contacts. Anyone who might have information about the Kozlov network's current operations. If Marcus is connected to them, if he's using them as leverage, I need to know how deep that connection goes. Thomas pulled out a battered notebook. I kept records. Insurance, I guess. Names, dates, amounts. It's all here. He slid it across the table. But Elena, be careful. These people don't forget. And they don't forgive. Neither do I. Cross Tower, Damien's POV. The SEC investigation was a slow-motion disaster. Damien sat across from 3 federal investigators, Caroline at his side, and answered the same questions he'd answered yesterday. And the day before. Yes, his father had embezzled funds. No, he hadn't known. Yes, his mother had helped fake his father's death. No, he hadn't been complicit. The investigators didn't believe him. He could see it in their eyes. The assumption that wealth meant guilt, that he must have known, must have benefited from his father's crimes. Mr. Cross, the lead investigator said, your wife's public statement claims you were unaware of your father's embezzlement. But you're a forensic accountant by training. You've built your career on finding financial irregularities. Are we really supposed to believe you never noticed $40 million going missing? The embezzlement happened before I joined the company. My father was CEO. I was in college. But you took over after his supposed death. You had access to all the records. You never questioned the discrepancies. There were no discrepancies to question. My mother had covered the trail thoroughly. Damien kept his voice level. I was grieving. I trusted the audits she'd arranged. I didn't have reason to doubt them. The investigator made a note. And your marriage to Elena Morgan. That happened shortly after her father's debts to the Kozlov network came due. Convenient timing. My marriage is not part of this investigation. Isn't it? Your wife's father borrowed from the same criminal network that killed your sister. You married her shortly after. That looks like collusion, Mr. Cross. Like you were working with the Kozlov network, not against them. Caroline intervened. That's speculation. Unless you have evidence. We're building evidence. And Mr. Cross's refusal to cooperate fully suggests he has something to hide. I've answered every question, Damien said. Multiple times. I've provided financial records, testimony, access to my personal accounts. What more do you want? The truth. The investigator leaned forward. Where is your father now? I don't know. You expect us to believe that. I expect you to do your job, which is investigating actual crimes, not harassing victims of those crimes. The investigator's expression hardened. We'll be in touch, Mr. Cross. Don't leave the city. Outside the federal building, Caroline pulled Damien aside. That went poorly. You think? Damien loosened his tie, feeling like he was suffocating. They've already decided I'm guilty. This investigation is just theater. Then we need to change the narrative. Give them a different story. How? Marcus has them convinced I'm complicit. And without evidence to prove otherwise. Your wife found evidence. Damien stopped walking. What? Caroline pulled out her phone, showed him an email. Elena contacted me this morning. She's been investigating the Kozlov network. Apparently, her father kept records. Names, dates, transactions. She's cross-referenced them with Marcus Hale's financial dealings. She's been investigating. Fury and fear warred in Damien's chest. Why the hell would she? Because you're shutting her out. Because you're trying to handle this alone. Because she loves you and refuses to watch you self-destruct. Caroline's voice was sharp. She's doing what you should have done from the beginning, fighting back. She's putting herself in danger. She's already in danger. Marcus made sure of that when he threatened to destroy both of you. At least this way, she's doing something about it. Damien pulled out his phone, called Elena. It went to voicemail. He tried again. Same result. Where is she? He demanded. Brooklyn. Meeting with someone who might have information about Marcus's connection to the Kozlov network. Alone. She said you'd react like this. That's why she didn't tell you. Damien was already moving, heading for his car. Caroline followed. Damien, wait. No. She's investigating criminals who kill people for sending messages. I'm not waiting. Then let me come with you. You'll need legal cover if things go sideways. He wanted to refuse. Wanted to handle this himself. Keep Caroline out of the line of fire. But Elena's voice echoed in his head. Protection and partnership aren't the same thing. Fine, he said. But we leave now. Red Hook, Elena's POV. The warehouse looked exactly like the kind of place where bad decisions were made. Elena stood outside, her father's notebook clutched in one hand, her phone in the other. The contact her father had given her, a man named Victor, former Kozlov enforcer turned informant, had agreed to meet here. Neutral ground, he'd said. If Elena didn't believe in safe anymore. He pushed open the door. Inside, the warehouse was dimly lit, filled with shipping containers and the smell of rust and neglect. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall, broad-shouldered, with a kind of face that had seen violence and dealt it back. Mrs. Cross. Victor's accent was thick, Eastern European. You look like your photograph. Mr. Victor. Just Victor. He gestured to a makeshift table, a piece of plywood balanced on crates. Sit. We talk. Elena sat, hyper-aware of every exit, every shadow. My father said you have information about the Kozlov network's current operations. I have information about many things. Question is, what are you willing to pay for it? Money. Name your price. Victor laughed. I don't need money, Mrs. Cross. I need insurance. Protection from the people who want me dead for talking. I can arrange that. My husband has resources. Your husband is under investigation. His resources are frozen, his reputation destroyed. He cannot protect himself, let alone me. Victor leaned forward. But you have something more valuable than money or connections. You have leverage. What kind of leverage? Marcus Hale. He's been using Kozlov network as his personal army. Blackmail, intimidation, elimination of business rivals. But he's sloppy. Leaves trails. Victor pulled out a USB drive. This contains evidence of Hale's dealings with Kozlov. Payments, contracts, orders for specific actions, including the gallery fire that killed Isabel Cross. Elena's breath caught. Marcus ordered the fire. He ordered the message. Kozlov chose the method. But yes, Hale is responsible for your husband's sister's death. And for many other things. Why are you telling me this? Because Hale is bad for business. He makes Kozlov network visible. Draws attention. My former employers want him gone, but they cannot move directly. Too risky. But if you give this evidence to authorities, if you destroy Hale publicly, Kozlov network benefits. And I get my protection. Elena stared at the USB drive. This was it. The evidence that could destroy Marcus, clear Damien's name, prove his father's embezzlement was separate from the Kozlov operations. It was also a deal with the devil. Using criminal evidence, obtained by criminals, to fight criminals. How do I know this is real? She asked. You verify. Have your lawyer check it. But Mrs. Cross. Victor's expression hardened. Time is limited. Hale knows you're investigating. He will move against you soon. This is your chance to move first. What does he want from me? Besides destroying my marriage. He wants Cross Technologies. But more than that, he wants revenge. Your husband humiliated him, turned down his offers, made him look weak. Hale is not man who forgives humiliation. Elena thought fast. If I take this evidence, if I use it, Marcus will retaliate. Yes, that is why you must move quickly. Strike before he can strike back. And the Kozlov network. What do they get out of this? Hale's silence. His connections. His removal from board positions where he causes problems. Victor slid the USB drive across the table. Take it. Use it. Save your husband. Everyone wins. Except the people who'd be caught in the crossfire. But Elena was tired of being collateral damage. Tired of watching Damien destroy himself trying to protect her. Tired of playing defense. It was time to attack. She took the USB drive. The door burst open. Damien stood in the entrance, Caroline behind him, both looking like they'd run from the car. Elena. Damien's voice was rough with fear and fury. What the hell are you doing? My job. Elena stood, pocketing the USB drive. Victor, this is my husband. Damien, Victor. He has evidence that can clear your name and destroy Marcus Hale. Damien looked at Victor, then at Elena. You met with a Kozlov enforcer. Alone. Without telling me. Yes. 'Cause you've been shutting me out. Because someone had to do something. Elena moved toward him. I'm not apologizing. We needed this information and I got it. You could have been killed. So could you. Every day you walk around under investigation. Every day Marcus has leverage over us. We're both targets. At least this way we're fighting back. Damien stared at her, and she watched the war in his expression. Fear versus respect. Control versus trust. Victor cleared his throat. I leave you two to argue. Mrs. Cross has my contact information. When you're ready to move, call me. But move soon. Hale will not wait forever. He disappeared into the shadows, leaving Elena and Damien facing each other in the dim warehouse. You shouldn't have come here, Damien said. I know. You shouldn't have investigated without backup. I know. You could have, his voice broke. Christ, Elena. You could have been hurt. But I wasn't. She moved closer, taking his hands. I'm fine. And I have evidence that can save us. That's what matters. What matters is you're safe. Everything else, the investigation, Marcus, my reputation, none of it matters if you're hurt. That's not true. Your reputation matters. Your company matters. Your father's crimes shouldn't destroy everything you've built. Elena squeezed his hands. Let me help you. Let me stand with you. Stop trying to protect me from the fight and let me be your partner in it. Damien pulled her close, his arms tight around her. I'm terrified of losing you. I know. But pushing me away isn't protection. Just loneliness. For both of us. He pressed his face into her hair. I don't know how to do this. How to let you fight beside me without trying to control the outcome. Without sacrificing yourself to keep me safe. Elena pulled back enough to see his face. You learn. We both learn. Together. Caroline cleared her throat. As touching as this is, we need to move. If Victor's right about Marcus planning retaliation, we don't have much time. Elena pulled out the USB drive. Then let's verify this evidence and destroy that bastard. Cross Tower evening. Caroline's team worked through the night, verifying the evidence on Victor's USB drive. Elena sat beside Damien in his office, watching the lawyers and forensic accountants piece together Marcus Hale's empire of corruption. It was damning. Payments to Kozlov operatives. Contracts for intimidation and worse. Email chains discussing the gallery fire, Marcus's frustration with the gallery owner's resistance. His order to send a message that couldn't be ignored. Isabel's death had been collateral damage in Marcus's business dispute. A message that had gone too far. He killed her, Damien said quietly. Not directly, but he gave the order. Yes. Elena took his hand. And now we can prove it. The evidence is from a criminal source. It might not be admissible. But it points us in the right direction. Gives us names, dates, transactions to investigate legally. Caroline looked up from her laptop. We can build a case. It'll take time, but we can do it. We don't have time. Marcus said 24 hours. That was. Damien checked his watch. 18 hours ago. He'll move soon. Then we move first. Elena stood. We go public. Release the evidence. Let the press and the SEC investigate Marcus instead of you. Shift the narrative. That's risky, Caroline said. If the evidence doesn't hold up, if Marcus can discredit it, then we're no worse off than we are now. Elena's voice was steady. Right now, Damien's under investigation for his father's crimes. Marcus has all the leverage. But if we flip the script, if we make Marcus the villain, we become the victims. The sympathetic figures. Damien looked at her. You've thought this through. I've thought about nothing else for 3 days. While you've been retreating into yourself, I've been planning. Elena moved to his desk, pulled up a document on his computer. I've drafted a statement. It outlines Marcus's connection to the Kozlov network, his role in Isabel's death, his blackmail attempt. It positions us as victims fighting back against a corrupt businessman who's been using criminal connections to destroy his rivals. Caroline read the statement. This is good. Solid. But Elena, if you release this, Marcus will come after you directly. No more threats. No more leverage. Just retaliation. I know. Elena met Damien's gaze. That's why we do it together. United front. He can't destroy both of us if we're standing together. Damien was quiet for a long moment. Then slowly he nodded. Okay. We release it. But Elena, after this, no more investigating alone. No more secret meetings with criminals. We're partners, which means we plan together. Agreed. No more lone wolf martyrdom from either of us. Deal. Caroline started making calls. Within an hour, the statement was ready for release. Elena read it one last time, her hand shaking slightly. This is it, she said. Once we release this, there's no taking it back. I know. Damien took her hand. Are you sure? Are you? He looked at her, paint-stained and fierce and terrifyingly brave. His wife, his partner, the woman who'd chosen him over safety, who'd investigated criminals to protect him, who refused to let him face his demons alone. I'm sure, he said. Let's end this. Elena hit send. The response was immediate and explosive. Within minutes, the statement was trending. News outlets picked it up. The SEC announced they were expanding their investigation to include Marcus Hale. Social media exploded with theories, accusations, support. And Marcus's phone calls started coming. Damien ignored the first 3. Answered the 4th. You stupid bastard, Marcus snarled. You just declared war. No. You declared war when you blackmailed me. I'm just finishing it. That evidence won't hold up. It's from a criminal source. But it points to legal evidence. Bank transfers, emails, contracts. The SEC will find it all. And when they do, you're done. Damien's voice was cold. You should have left my wife out of this. That was your mistake. Your wife is a dead woman walking. The Kozlov network doesn't forgive. The Kozlov network wants you gone. Victor made that clear. You're bad for business, Marcus. You made them visible. They're not going to protect you anymore. Silence. Then. You're bluffing. Try me. Come after Elena, come after me and see what happens. But I promise you, you'll lose. Because unlike you, I have people who actually care about me. People willing to fight. You just have money and threats. And money runs out. Damien ended the call. Elena was watching him, something like pride in her expression. That was intense. That was necessary. He pulled her close. He'll try something. Probably soon. We need to be ready. We are ready. We have evidence, allies, each other. She kissed him softly. We've got this. Caroline entered the office. The SEC wants to meet. Tomorrow morning. They're shifting focus to Marcus's dealings. This is good. It takes pressure off Damien. What about the investigation into my father? Damien asked. Still ongoing. But the narrative is changing. You're looking less like a conspirator and more like a victim of your parents' deception. Caroline smiled slightly. Your wife's strategy is working. Elena felt a surge of relief. It wasn't over. The investigation would continue, the press would keep digging, Marcus would retaliate. But they'd shifted the momentum. They were fighting back. Together. We should go home, Damien said. Get some rest. Tomorrow will be brutal. Tomorrow's always brutal, Elena said. But we'll face it together. They left the office hand in hand, Caroline trailing behind with her briefcase full of evidence. In the elevator, Damien pulled Elena close. Thank you, he said quietly. For fighting for us. For refusing to let me push you away. For everything. That's what partners do. They fight for each other. Even when one of them is an idiot. Especially then. She smiled. Someone has to save you from yourself. The elevator doors opened to the penthouse. Their home, built from contracts and lies that had somehow transformed into something real. They'd survived the siege. Not unscathed. The investigations would continue, the press would keep circling, their privacy was gone. But they'd survived together. And that, Elena thought as Damien led her to their bedroom, was everything. Later, wrapped in sheets and each other, Elena traced patterns on Damien's chest. What happens now? She asked. We wait. Let the SEC do their job. Hope the evidence holds up. And if it doesn't, then we fight harder. He caught her hand, kissed her palm. But Elena, no more investigating alone. Promise me. I promise. No more lone wolf heroics from either of us. Deal. They lay in comfortable silence, the city glittering beyond the windows. Elena thought about the past weeks, the contract, the lies, the slow transformation from transaction to partnership. They'd been through hell. Would probably go through more. But they'd do it together. I love you, she said. Even though you're an idiot who tries to divorce me for my own good. I love you too. Even though you investigate criminals without backup. We're a disaster. We're perfect. He pulled her closer. Perfectly disastrous. Elena laughed, the sound light and free. Outside, the siege continued. Investigations, press, Marcus's inevitable retaliation. But inside, in this moment, they were safe. They were home. And they were finally beautifully, messily whole. He'd spent weeks trying to save me. He never considered I might be the one to save him. But that's what love was, she realized. Not one person protecting the other. But two people standing together, fighting side by side, refusing to let the world tear them apart. They'd burned the contract. But they'd kept the vows. The real ones. The ones they'd made to each other in stolen moments and desperate fights and quiet surrenders. Together. Always together. That was enough. That was everything. Chapter 8. The Fall and Rise. Manhattan Criminal Courthouse, Elena's POV. The courtroom smelled like old wood and broken promises. Elena sat in the gallery, Damien's hand warm in hers, and watched Marcus Hale's empire crumble in real time. 3 weeks since they'd released the evidence. 3 weeks of investigations, depositions, media circuses. 3 weeks of waiting for this moment. The prosecutor stood, her voice clear and damning. Mr. Hale, you are charged with conspiracy to commit arson resulting in death, racketeering, wire fraud, and intimidation of witnesses. How do you plead? Marcus looked smaller in his expensive suit, flanked by lawyers who couldn't save him. The evidence had held. Victor's USB drive had led to bank records, emails, testimony from former associates who'd turned on him the moment they saw which way the wind was blowing. Not guilty, Marcus said. But his voice lacked conviction. The judge set bail at $10 million. Marcus's lawyers argued. The prosecutor countered with flight risk, with the severity of charges, with the death of Isabel Cross. The judge was unmoved. Bail is set. Mr. Hale will surrender his passport and submit to electronic monitoring. The gavel came down. Next hearing in 30 days. Elena exhaled slowly. It wasn't over. Trials took time, appeals took longer. But Marcus was caught. Trapped in the legal system he'd tried to use against them. Justice imperfect and slow, but justice nonetheless. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed. Elena had learned to navigate them over the past weeks. Smile but don't engage, hand squeeze for comfort, let Caroline handle the statements. Mrs. Cross, how do you feel about today's arraignment? Mr. Cross, will you be pursuing civil charges? Elena, is it true you personally investigated the Kozlov network? Caroline stepped forward, her voice professional and final. The Cross family is relieved that justice is being served. We have full confidence in the legal process and look forward to Mr. Hale being held accountable for his crimes. No further questions. They pushed through to the waiting car. Inside, the tinted windows blocked out the chaos. Damien pulled Elena close, his breath shaky against her hair. It's really happening, he said. He's really going to pay. For Isabel. For everyone he hurt. Elena turned to face him. How do you feel? I don't know yet. Relieved. Angry that it took this long. Guilty that Isabel can't see it. He exhaled roughly. All of it. Everything at once. That's normal. Grief doesn't have a schedule. No. But at least now there's some closure. Some proof that her death mattered. That someone's being held accountable. Elena kissed him softly. She'd be proud of you. Of us. Of how we fought for this. She'd be proud of you. You're the one who got the evidence, who refused to let me self-destruct, who stood up when I was trying to push you away. His hand cupped her face. You saved us, Elena. Not me. You. We saved each other. That's how partnership works. The car pulled up to Cross Tower. They rode the elevator in comfortable silence, hands linked, the weight of the morning settling into something manageable. Not victory. Marcus's trial would take months, the investigations into Damien's father were ongoing. But progress. Movement toward something better. In the penthouse, Mrs. Chen had left lunch. Sandwiches and fruit, simple and grounding. They ate on the sofa, Elena's feet in Damien's lap, the city sprawling below them. I got an email this morning, Elena said. From Sarah Chen at MoMA. Damien looked up. And they want to feature my work in their emerging artists showcase. 3 pieces, 6-week exhibition starting next month. She tried to keep her voice casual, but excitement bubbled underneath. It's a big deal. Career-making, potentially. Elena. Damien set down his sandwich. His expression fierce with pride. That's incredible. When did you submit? I didn't. Sarah reached out after seeing the pieces I posted online, the ones I painted during all this chaos. She said they were raw and honest and exactly what contemporary art needs right now. Because they are. You're brilliant. He pulled her close, kissed her thoroughly. We're celebrating. Tonight. Wherever you want to go. I want to stay here. With you. Just quiet celebration. No press, no crowds, just us. I can do that. His smile was soft, genuine. I'm so proud of you. Even though I got here partly because of your name. Because people know me as your wife. You got here because you're talented. Because Sarah Chen saw your work and recognized its value. My name might have gotten you visibility, but the work sold itself. He touched her face. Don't diminish your achievement because of how it happened. Success is always a combination of talent and opportunity. You have both now. Elena felt something loosen in her chest. Some old fear about earning success, about deserving recognition. Maybe Damien was right. Maybe she could accept the opportunity without guilt. Thank you, she said. For believing in me. For giving me the space to create, even when everything was falling apart. Thank you for staying. For fighting. For choosing us over safety. He kissed her forehead. I don't say it enough, but you're everything I didn't know I needed. Careful. You're getting sentimental. I'm allowed. My wife just got into MoMA. They spent the afternoon in her studio, Elena working on the pieces for the exhibition while Damien sat in the corner with his laptop, handling the business that had piled up during the trial prep. It was domestic and comfortable, the kind of quiet partnership she'd never imagined when she signed that contract. At some point, Damien's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, his expression shifting. It's the federal prison in Switzerland, he said. They're calling about my father. Elena set down her brush. Do you want privacy? No. Stay. He answered on speaker. This is Damien Cross. Mr. Cross, this is Warden Mueller. I'm calling to inform you that your father, Thomas Cross, has requested a visit. He's asked specifically for you and your wife. Damien's hand tightened on the phone. When? At your convenience. He's expressed. The warden paused. He's expressed remorse. Says he wants to apologize before the extradition hearing next month. Extradition. The U.S. government has requested his return to face charges. The hearing is scheduled, but he wanted to speak with you first. It's your choice, of course. Damien looked at Elena. She saw the war in his expression, anger at his father's crimes, curiosity about the man who'd shaped him, the need for closure warring with a desire to leave the past buried. We'll come, Elena said. Next week. Send us the details. After the warden hung up, Damien was quiet for a long time. You didn't have to agree to that, he said finally. I know. But you need closure. You need to hear whatever he has to say, even if it's just lies and excuses. Elena moved to sit beside him. And I want to meet the man who made you who you are. For better and worse. He's not a good man, Elena. He's manipulative, cold, everything I've tried not to become. Then we'll see him together. We'll hear what he has to say. And then we'll leave. And you'll never have to see him again if you don't want to. She took his hand. But you deserve the chance to confront him. To tell him how his choices affected you. Damien pulled her close, burying his face in her hair. What did I do to deserve you? You chose me. Over revenge, over safety, over your pride. You chose us. She kissed his temple. That's enough. Federal prison, Switzerland, 1 week later. The prison was antiseptic and cold, all concrete and steel and the smell of industrial cleaner. Elena walked beside Damien through security checkpoints, watching his posture grow more rigid with each locked door they passed through. You okay? She asked quietly. No. But I'm here. He squeezed her hand. That's something. The visiting room was small, separated by reinforced glass. Thomas Cross sat on the other side, looking older than his photographs. Gray hair, deep lines, the kind of exhaustion that came from years of carrying guilt. He looked like Damien. Or rather, Damien looked like him. Same sharp features, same gray eyes. But where Damien's expression was controlled, his father's was broken. That was the only word for it. They sat, picked up the phones that connected through the glass. Damien. Thomas's voice was rough, unused. Thank you for coming. And you must be Elena. My daughter-in-law. Mr. Cross. Thomas, please. I've forfeited the right to formality. He looked at Damien. You look good. Successful. Everything I wanted for you. Don't. Damien's voice was flat. Don't pretend you wanted anything for me except a successor to your empire. A mini-you who'd continue the family business of corruption and greed. Thomas flinched. You're right. I wanted you to be like me. And I'm grateful you're not. Why did you do it? Damien leaned forward. The embezzlement, the fraud, all of it. You had everything. Why risk it? Because everything was never enough. Because I grew up poor, and I spent my entire life terrified of going back to that. So I took more, hid more, built walls of money high enough that I thought I'd be safe. Thomas's voice cracked. But you're never safe. The more you have, the more you're afraid of losing it. So you stole. And when you got caught, Mom helped you fake your death rather than face consequences. She was protecting the family name. Protecting you and Isabel from the scandal. Thomas's eyes filled. I know what happened to Isabel. The warden told me. The fire, Marcus Hale's involvement. I know, he stopped. I know my choices led to her death. If I hadn't embezzled, if I hadn't dealt with the Kozlov network, if I'd been a better man, she'd still be alive, Damien finished. Yes, your choices killed her. Just like they killed any chance of us having a real relationship. I know. And I'm sorry. I know that's not enough. That sorry doesn't bring her back or undo the damage. But I need you to know, I loved you both. In my own broken way, I loved you. Elena watched Damien process this. Saw the anger and grief and desperate need for his father's love warring on his face. She squeezed his free hand, offering silent support. Love isn't enough, Damien said quietly. You taught me that. Love without respect, without honesty, without sacrifice. It's just control dressed up as affection. You're right. Thomas looked at Elena. Is he different with you? Better than I was. Elena considered lying, offering comfort. But Thomas deserved the truth. He tries, she said. He fails sometimes. He's controlling and overprotective and he thinks he knows what's best for everyone. But he's also honest, and he listens, and when he realizes he's wrong, he changes. She looked at Damien. He's not you. He's worked very hard not to be you. Thomas nodded slowly. Good. That's good. He turned back to Damien. The extradition hearing is next month. I'm not going to fight it. I'm going to come back, face charges, accept whatever sentence they give me. It's time. Why now? Why after 5 years? Because I'm dying. Pancreatic cancer, stage 4. I have maybe a year, probably less. Thomas's voice was matter-of-fact. I want to die in America. I want to face what I did before I go. And I want you to know that I'm sorry. For all of it. For being a terrible father, for teaching you the wrong lessons, for making you believe that success meant ruthlessness. The revelation hung in the air. Damien's expression was unreadable. I'm sorry you're dying, he said finally. But I can't forgive you. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I understand. I don't deserve forgiveness. Thomas pressed his palm against the glass. But I want you to know I'm proud of you. Of the man you've become despite me. Of the wife you chose, the life you're building. You're better than I ever was. Damien stared at his father's hand on the glass. After a long moment, he pressed his own palm against it. Not quite touching, separated by reinforced barrier, but the gesture was there. Goodbye, Dad, he said. Goodbye, son. In the car back to the airport, Damien was silent. Elena didn't push, just held his hand and let him process. Finally, as they boarded the private plane, he spoke. He's dying. I know. I should feel something. Sadness, relief, I don't know. But I just feel empty. That's normal. He hurt you for years. You don't have to feel anything specific. I thought seeing him would give me closure, would help me understand why he did what he did. But it just confirmed what I already knew. He was broken, and he broke us trying to fix himself. Elena pulled him close. You're not broken. You're healing. There's a difference. Am I? Sometimes I look at myself, at the way I tried to push you away, the way I still want to control everything, and I see him. I see the same fear, the same inability to trust. But you're working on it. You're letting me in, letting me help, accepting that you can't control everything. That's growth. That's healing. She kissed him softly. You're not your father, Damien. Are you? Flawed and human and trying. That's enough. He rested his forehead against hers. I love you. I don't say it enough, but I do. You're the best thing that ever happened to me. even if it started as a transaction. Especially because it started as a transaction. We chose each other, Damien. Every day we choose each other. That's real. That's more than most people get. The plane took off, lifting them above Switzerland's mountains and toward home. Elena watched Damien's face as he stared out the window, processing his father's confession. His imminent death, the complicated grief of losing someone who'd never really been there. "What do you need?" she asked. Beside me. Reminding me that I'm not him, that I can be better. Always. I'm not going anywhere. Promise. Promise. Cross Tower Penthouse, 2 weeks later. The night before Elena's MoMA exhibition opening, they made love slowly, reverently, like they were memorizing each other. Afterward, wrapped in sheets and moonlight, Damien traced patterns on her skin. "Nervous about tomorrow?" he asked. "Terrified. What if no one likes the work? What if the critics tear it apart? What if it's brilliant and everyone recognizes your talent?" He kissed her shoulder. "That's the more likely outcome. You're biased. I'm honest. Your work is extraordinary, Elena. Tomorrow, the world gets to see what I've known for months." She turned to face him. "The contract expires next week." The words hung between them. 2 years. The original terms. The agreement that had brought them together was ending. "I know," Damien said. "So what happens? Do we renew? Write a new contract? Or do we just be married? No contract, no terms, no expiration date. For as long as we both want this." Elena's breath caught. "You want that? A real marriage? Not just a transaction that got complicated. A real marriage. With fights and compromise and choosing each other every day." He cupped her face. "I want forever, Elena. If you'll have me. I thought you'd never ask." She kissed him deep and sure. "Yes, forever. No contracts, no clauses. Just us. Just us," he repeated. Like a vow. They made love again, slower this time. A celebration and a promise. When they finally slept, tangled together, Elena felt something settle in her chest. 50. She'd come to this penthouse as a transaction. A desperate woman selling herself to save her father. She'd been terrified and trapped and certain this would destroy her. Instead, it had saved her. Saved them both. Tomorrow, her art would hang in MoMA. Next week, the contract would expire. Next month, Damien's father would return to face charges. Next year, who knew what challenges they'd face? But they'd face them together. No more walls. No more lies. No more choosing safety over truth. Just two broken people who'd found each other in the wreckage and built something beautiful. It wasn't the fairy tale Elena had dreamed of as a girl. It was better. More honest. More real. More human. And that, she thought as she drifted into sleep, was everything. Museum of Modern Art. Opening night. The gallery was packed. Elena stood beside her paintings. 3 large canvases that documented her journey from desperation to hope, and tried not to hyperventilate. Critics circulated with champagne. Collectors studied her work with assessing eyes. Photographers captured everything. Damien stood slightly behind her, a solid presence. Not hovering, not controlling, just there. Supporting without smothering. Sarah Chan approached with a broad smile. "Elena, the response is incredible. We've already had 3 purchase inquiries. And the Times critic looks impressed. This is exactly what I hoped for. Thank you. For taking a chance on me." "I didn't take a chance. I recognized talent." Sarah squeezed her arm. "Enjoy this. You've earned it." Elena moved through the crowd, accepting congratulations, answering questions about her process. The paintings told her story in abstract, the first showing a figure behind geometric bars, trapped and desperate. The second showing those bars dissolving, the figure reaching toward light. The third showing 2 figures intertwined, supporting each other, building something new from broken pieces. "They're extraordinary." Elena turned. Damien Cross stood before her, elegant in black, her expression softer than at the gala months ago. "Mrs. Cross, I didn't know you were coming." "Vivian, please. We're family." She studied the paintings. "These are honest, painful, beautiful. You've captured something true about transformation." "Thank you. That means a lot." Vivian looked at her. "I was wrong about you. At the gala I thought you were, I don't know, a gold digger, a victim, someone using my nephew. But you're none of those things. I'm his wife, his partner, his salvation," Vivian finished. "I've watched Damien for years, becoming more like his father every day. Cold, controlled, isolated. But with you he's different. Human again. That's your doing. It's his doing too. He chose to let me in. Because you refused to let him push you away. That takes courage." Vivian smiled. "Isabel would have liked you. She always said Damien needed someone who wouldn't take his nonsense." The mention of Isabel made Elena's throat tight. "I wish I could have known her." "You do know her. You're living the life she wanted for him. Connected, honest, full of art and love and messy humanity." Vivian touched Elena's arm. "Thank you for saving my nephew from himself." She moved away before Elena could respond. Damien appeared at Elena's side. "What did she say?" "That Isabel would have liked me. That I saved you from yourself." "She's not wrong." He kissed her temple. "How are you holding up?" I'm good. Really good. This is." She gestured to the crowd, the paintings, the life she was building. "This is everything I didn't know I wanted." "Good. Because I have something for you." He pulled out a small box. Elena's breath caught. "Damien. It's not what you think. Open it." Inside was a key. Simple brass, unmarked. "It's to the Brooklyn Gallery," Damien said. "Your father's old space. Bought it. It's yours now, to do whatever you want with. Open a gallery, use it as a studio, turn it into a community art center. Your choice." Elena stared at the key, tears blurring her vision. "You bought my father's gallery." "I bought your gallery. The place where you fell in love with art, where you learned to see beauty in broken things. I thought you might want it back. Not as it was, but as it could be." She threw her arms around him, not caring that they were in public, that photographers were watching. "Thank you. God, thank you." "You're welcome." He held her close. "Build something beautiful, Elena. You're good at that." Epilogue. 1 year later. Brooklyn Heights. The gallery opening was small, intimate, nothing like the MoMA spectacle. Just friends, family, local artists whose work deserved to be seen. Elena stood in the center of Morgan Fine Arts, renamed the Isabel Cross Gallery for Emerging Artists, and felt something complete inside her. Full circle. From the girl who'd watched this space be repossessed to the woman who'd reclaimed it, transformed it, made it something new. Damien appeared with champagne. "The mayor's here. And the Times is covering it. Your non-profit is officially a success." "Our non-profit? You funded it. You built it. I just provided resources." He kissed her softly. "I'm proud of you. I'm proud of us." They'd survived everything. Investigations, trials, family scandals, public scrutiny. Marcus Hale was serving 20 years for conspiracy and racketeering. Damien's father had returned to the U.S., pleaded guilty, and was serving his final months in a minimum security facility. The SEC had cleared Damien of any wrongdoing. The Cross Empire had survived. Stronger, actually, with Elena's influence pushing it toward ethical practices and community investment. But more than that, they'd survived. Their marriage had survived. Transformed from transaction to partnership to love so deep it sometimes scared them both. Elena's father appeared, sober and steady, working as the gallery's bookkeeper. "Lena, the Brooklyn Arts Council representative wants to meet you." "Thanks, Dad." She squeezed his arm. "You doing okay?" 2 years sober next month. Therapy twice a week. Steady job. I'm doing better than okay." He smiled. I'm proud of you, sweetheart. For building this. For surviving everything. For being stronger than I ever was. I learned from the best. How to survive, at least. You learned how to thrive. That's all, you kid. He moved away to greet guests. Damien pulled Elena close. Ready for this? He asked. Running a non-profit, managing artists, changing the Brooklyn art scene? Ready as I'll ever be. You. I'm just here for moral support. And to carry heavy things. She laughed. That's all you're good for. That and loving you. I'm excellent at that. You are. She kissed him. The best, actually. They moved through the gallery together, greeting guests, discussing the art, celebrating the opening. At some point, Elena found herself standing in front of the painting she'd hung in the place of honor. A watercolor study, delicate and beautiful, of light breaking through shadow. Isabel's painting. The one from Damien's penthouse. The one he'd kept hidden for years. He'd donated it to the gallery. A permanent installation honoring his sister's memory. She'd love this, Damien said quietly, appearing beside her. The gallery, the mission, everything you're building. She'd love all of it. I hope so. I'm trying to honor her. To create the space she never got to have. You are. Every day. He wrapped his arm around her waist. Thank you. For keeping her memory alive. For making something beautiful from all the pain. We made it together. That's what partnership means. Later, after the guests had left and they'd locked up the gallery, they stood on the Brooklyn Heights promenade. Manhattan glittered across the river. Cross Tower, a dark blade cutting the skyline. Do you miss it? Lena asked. The penthouse. The isolation. God, no. I miss nothing about that life. Well, he reconsidered. I miss the view. But I like our brownstone better. I like waking up to street noise and neighbors and the smell of your coffee. They'd moved to Brooklyn 6 months ago, buying a renovated brownstone 3 blocks from the gallery. Close enough to walk, far enough for privacy. A real home, not a fortress. I like it too, though I still use your office at Cross Tower sometimes. When I need to feel fancy. Our office. It's your space as much as mine. He pulled her close. Everything I have is yours, Elena. Not because of a contract. Because you're my wife. My partner. You're everything, she teased. My everything, he agreed. Is that too sentimental? From you. Never. She kissed him. Take me home. Which home? Brooklyn or Manhattan? Brooklyn. Home. Where we're building our life. They walked hand in hand through Brooklyn Heights, past the gallery, past her father's brownstone, toward the home they'd chosen together. Not because of contracts or obligations or desperate circumstances. Just because they wanted to. Because they'd chosen each other every day through every challenge. In their bedroom, with the window open to let in spring air and street sounds, they made love slowly. Celebrating survival, celebrating love. Celebrating the life they'd built from wreckage. Afterward, wrapped in sheets and each other, Elena traced the line of Damien's jaw. No regrets, she asked. About what? Everything. The contract, the chaos, the very public scandal. If you could go back, would you do it differently? Damien considered this. I'd do the beginning differently. I'd be honest from the start, wouldn't manipulate you, wouldn't use you as part of a revenge plot. He kissed her palm. But the ending. It's here now. I wouldn't change a thing. Even though we had to go through hell to get here. Especially because of that. We were forged in fire, Elena. We know exactly what we're capable of surviving. That makes us stronger. We're definitely something. She smiled. Possibly insane. Definitely complicated. Definitely in love. That too. They drifted toward sleep, comfortable and safe and home. Outside, Brooklyn hummed with life. Across the river, Manhattan glittered with possibility. And in their bed, 2 people who'd started as strangers, become spouses through transaction, and transformed into partners through choice, held each other and dreamed of the future. It wasn't perfect. They still fought. About Damien's overprotectiveness, about Elena's tendency to take on too much, about whose turn it was to do dishes. They still had bad days, moments of doubt, times when old fears resurfaced. But they had each other. They had honesty. They had love earned through fire and choice and the daily decision to keep choosing. They'd burned the contract months ago. A small ceremony in their fireplace, watching the paper curl and blacken and disappear. The legal marriage remained, but the terms were gone. No expiration date. No clauses. No transaction. Just two people who'd found each other in the wreckage and built something beautiful. Just love. Messy and complicated and real. Just them. Together. Always. Final scene. Elena woke to sunlight and the smell of coffee. She found Damien in the kitchen, already dressed for work, 2 mugs waiting. "Morning," he said, handing her one. "Sleep well. Always with you." She sipped, savoring the perfect temperature. "What's your day look like?" "Board meeting at 10, lunch with the ethics committee. Then I'm yours for the afternoon. I thought we could look at those gallery expansion plans you mentioned." "Perfect. I have 3 artist interviews this morning, then I'm free." They moved through their morning routine. Breakfast, shower, the small intimacies of shared life. At the door, Damien pulled Elena close for a goodbye kiss. "I love you," he said. "I love you too. Now go make ethical billions or whatever it is you do." "I'll try." He kissed her again. "See you tonight." "Always." She watched him walk down the brownstone steps toward the waiting car. He turned at the sidewalk, waved. She waved back. Then she closed the door and moved to her studio, the spare bedroom they'd converted, with north-facing windows and her easels and the smell of paint and possibility. On the easel, a new painting. 2 figures, intertwined but distinct. Supporting each other but not merged. Partners. Equals. She picked up her brush and began to paint. Outside, the city woke. The gallery waited. Her father would arrive soon for his shift. Artists would come for interviews. Life would continue in all its messy, beautiful complexity. But right now, in this moment, Elena was exactly where she wanted to be. Creating. Building. Living. Free. Ozen. The end.